way too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm the fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you. Let me bleed as I bleed for you, cry for you.
Yo, 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 what up, everybody? It's your boy Manuel, and we're alive. Ayush Panda is trying to get moderator. We got moderator in the chat. What? Got it going down. What? How you doing right now? Anti-radio, getting down, out with the sound, got me going down. Whoa, and I got it control. And if you got me going down, man, I'm feeling the show. This is like, Shadow, how you doing? How you been? All I really wanna do is get some ends right. Oh, we got one moderator back. We got another moderator. We got two moderators. I got two moderators. Cool. Cool. Still can't do that tonight though. Yo. What's up, Shadow? I should look at it though. What's up? Everybody knows that we just going up. Yeah. Right. Let me be. I got a smooth moderator. A time for you. Me, please. Well, if you're a mod in my chat, you just gotta keep it going, controlling and rolling. Yeah, we really know when we flowing. Aw, everybody on. Nobody ever stays on Periscope anymore. Periscoping. Yeah, and I'm scoping. I'm roping. And my mind is just choking, man. I'm on and roping. Huh. Oh my god, got it going out. QD-ush. I got my bit going down hard, my fresh. It's like rolling out hard on the blast. So like Shadow, we just going, man, and rocking the chest. We got that DT flowing. Y'all don't know it. It's anti-radio, and we just controlling, right? Yeah, so we got good vibes going on. This anti-radio underground show is now live. What's up? It's your boy Manuel. Doing well, feeling well. Lots of really interesting things happening in the life right now. We know that there's tons of puzzles that are happening. Cicada, no PGP, no to Cicada. Who's 30301? Who's Cicada? Who cares? Let's just keep doing the puzzles and push the envelope and bend them. Oh, he's not a team. I guess he's not a team member anymore. I guess he just decided to not be in our team anymore. He was like, "Not more teaming for me." And then, if you team me for meaning, I'm bleeding, and I'm just getting hard when I'm going. Well, it looks like right now to make that message. Looks like it was J1033. What's up, Frankie? What's up, duder? High tech. Woo! What do you got, Ayush Panda? You got the wrong CT? I don't even know what you're talking about, Tech. I'm just copying whatever you're saying because it looks random as fuck. I'm just copying what you're saying, Tech. What is this? Oh, it's binary? Time for you, whoa, whoa. Yep, that's right. The tail of the comet is peaking on the May the 7th. Alright, we got a little bit of... So we've had a lot of things. It looks like Mr. Panda has been looking into this, and the one thing that he's trying to point out is that there's something to do with the letters and the names. 703, 307, 037, and then we have this 30111103. Where? Why is everybody whining about being mods? I don't whine about being a mod. Although it is my channel, so I am a mod on my own channel. Let's do it. There's been major internet outages going on today. Mute that shit. Everybody's like, what, you guys didn't realize this is a new channel? Cause, whoops. What's wrong, Katie? Katie, why are you barking at people all the time? You little woof. You little woofle. Dropping the mic and stuff. Alright, we got it going. So we got 3 different things, but Mr. Panda seems to think that if you message those different letters, you're going to get a lot of new things. What's up, Ramy on Periscope? How you doing? We're just looking at the 7's exposed puzzles again because there's a lot of things that we've missed, and we know that we are now into the Sloth of May. The Sloth of May is always something of importance. So, I guess we'll start at the beginning. Or at least the beginning of this last presentation. Oh. Well, I guess if people want to hear about the internet outages. Yeah, there's been a large amount of attacks going on the internet today. It seems that all over the place we got nodal points all over the internet. Now this is the Norse map, or the Norse threat map, that shows you all the different things that are happening in the world today. And these little things right here are basically different types of internet attacks going all over the internet. And if you see right now, like all day long today, it seems New York has been getting attacked from, places in the United States. We got stuff all coming up all around the world itself. And we've even seen that there's been a lot of internet issues in San Francisco, Washington, New York, California. and it seems to be relegated to providers like Comcast and Spectrum Internet. Although I use Spectrum and I'm pretty good. But yeah, there's like some power outages. There was a solar flare that happened. Some really interesting stuff is going on in the sitch. So that was like the first thing that just was kind of like crazy. And I mean, this map is going off hard right here. And this is one of the centers of our signals intelligence right here. And it seems to be getting, pounded from all different directions. Although this is a lot of like SMTP telnet traffic. It seems like coming from other places. They're attacking what you would call a net test router a lot. And there seems to be a lot of like HTTP floods that are coming around. Yeah, well, it's not really money days for the CIA hack tools. The CIA tools didn't get released. We're talking about the NSA tools that got released. That seems to be a big misconception that's rolling around the internet right now. Everybody's blaming Julian Assange, and all the right-wingers seem to be blaming WikiLeaks and Julian Assange, but they should actually be blaming like the shadow brokers that released all the NSA stuff, because everything that WikiLeaks released was not source files or any programs or anything. So there could be an overabundance of things that are currently happening right now in that situation. Even on the YouTube. Let's go to the right channel. I have seen quite a bit of people talking about things coming up. Quinn is even talking about the Norse map itself, like I was telling everybody else about this, and I've been like, showing it to folks a lot, but I haven't seen Dabu or anybody else pick up on it. But even Dabu77 has been talking about Global Hawk missiles that are going to be coming out. So let's take a look at it. So it says, yeah, the U.S. is actually deploying Global Hawk drones. We saw this over on Dabu77's channel, and it seems like, if you don't know what those are, but they're high-altitude surveillance drones. They can fly in a circular pattern, and they got cameras that are basically 4K, and they can pretty much get live video from almost any directions. Now, this is coming out of RT, so this is the Russian Times News or whatever. So these little global hawks that are coming out, obviously this looks like a mock-up picture because there's an air to fakeness to that right there. But they're all high altitude reconnaissance drones, and it seems like they're sending them over to Japan, and they're making the start of their 5-month deployment. They're going to be monitoring moves made in North Korea and Japan, and that's what they're telling the media. But we already know that we've been having problems with North Korea, although we don't know if they're our own problems or if we're just playing a game. This carrier, I don't think this is the same carrier group that was supposed to be on its way to North Korea eventually. Where they were saying it was in one place, but it actually ended up in another one. But it seems like there's in other news with the same story. It looks like Trump's actually going to be meeting Kim Jong-un. So we're getting ready for for something here for sure. And it doesn't look good, whenever we're deploying. We make these types of deployments all the time, but it seems that there's a lot more going on in the present time than most people seem to be aware of. So, having this group going out, and then we're going to be having Donald Trump actually, meeting with Kim Jong-un eventually. I mean, this is going to be pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So, we've been keeping our eye on the news definitely because we want to know more about what's going on with North Korea, and if North Korea is just like another deep state tool. But with all the cyber attacks and everything that are going on today, seems like, maybe they're just trying to, make a little bit more waves out there. Although, this is Russia that is commenting on that one, and, they're really worried about these high altitude drones because they really do have the capability to basically just fly circle patterns and really just get tons of data, and it's pretty amazing. So check that out. Make sure I leave the links in the comment section below. Check them out. Hit me up. Like the video if you like it. If you don't, not. Make sure you check out Dabu's video. It's definitely eye-opening, and he's been following that one for a long time. Adios. Damn, dude. So these Global Hawk drones. What is this shit? I didn't even see that. Trump's gonna meet with Kim Jong-un? Kim Jong-un? Trump follows instincts of establishing. Oh. I would be happy to meet Kim Jong Un. That's what Donald Trump said. Ooh, let's see all the big news stories for today.
If it would be a
Oh, it would be an absolute honor to meet Kim Jong Un. All right.
At this meeting. Well, there's
And when we going down, yo. No. If we going on swallow. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I haven't seen an update from the Shadow Broker side either. Damn. Well, back to music for a sec. Better than my. Well. Get the shocking bad company. I cannot lie. Wee pie. Better than mine. Do. Better than mine. Hello. Not much, man. Just chilling. I haven't seen Inky one bit. Dude, I don't know. Tech is on some. What's it called? Yeah, seriously. Mhm. Dude, yeah, some of us just don't have the time to keep going through all this stuff. Yeah, we've been working on a lot of stuff, man. Who else is on the call right now? We got Anner. I heard somebody else pop in there. Oh, we just got Tech. All right, cool. I know. I put removed on the thing or whatever. I just copied down whatever you were saying. I don't even know what the hell it is. It looks like the. I know that those are the names of the images that were up there, and I guess that's like. Oh, they could be like the numbers to pull stuff out of. I guess, right? That's fine. I mean, yeah, the last time I got anything from Z was that the Junto wave that we got on the 28th, and I know I'm not the only one that got it. That's for sure. Jay got it. Well, yeah, a whole list of people got that one. And I know like it had the name in it or whatever. We got that. I got that all like transposed, but I didn't find anything. You don't have to have good grammar to be a fucking rock star. No, what does junta mean, Tech? Something about government. Wow. I haven't heard from Pang at all. Ah, what's Enki doing? You just like know what everybody's doing. God, it must be so nice to just be able to do. I have it. Why can't anybody hear you guys? Better?
Tech, what'd you think about Chin?
Pretty cool, but no one can be as cool as Pang.
Well, I
I
mean
can't
that's
believe
just
interviewed.
Peg's
He
societal.
interviewed at SpaceX. That's pretty dope.
That is pretty dope. I mean, SpaceX is a pretty huge, pretty big company too, and they've been doing a lot of really, really crazy shit.
Really? Like that division is? I thought the SpaceX division was rather small.
Seems like it's pretty big, man. I know a guy that works there, and that's all he does all day is like mathematics and stuff. He was actually the one a couple like maybe 2 months ago. He was like telling me how it was basically all done out. His name's Porky. Like with the whole repeating decimal shit.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, cool. And I was like, cool. Well, make a fucking video so somebody could do this. And everybody else would rather just, say a bunch of other shit instead of actually come out and say that, which I thought was kind of weird.
Shit, Chen tore that shit to pieces last night.
Yeah, like the first one, and that's basically like how it seems like all of them could be done. I mean, it's a little more difficult on the other ones, but I mean, like it's like you said, it's just basically prime factorization of that number. But you don't really need 100. You don't really even need 137 digits to solve all of it. I mean, I think most of the messages are less, or most. I think the longest message only comes out to be like 137. Most of them are less than, like you need less than 100 decimal places to get it.
Right. How were those hamburgers last night?
Oh, they were good. I didn't even check the stream to see how that went. I just was like, I'm just gonna do this, and I don't know what it sounded like or nothing.
I watched it for a second and I fell asleep. I've been listening to the Emerald Tablets on ebook.
The Emerald Tablets.
Yeah,
it's a good ebook. Dude, Grundy's broadcasting right now.
Oh, Grundle is?
Grundy, yep. Grundy's Undies.
The old tank. What is he streaming your stream?
I don't think he's actually ever tried to do that. Which
I thought he was doing that. Like it was like where it was a stream with it.
No. Like I was doing that to him. Let's check out Grundy.
A little bit of a longer time before Trump.
We ought to bring him on
to be as Hillary was going to be. You know what I'm saying? Because Trump has different priorities. I think Hillary.
I don't think that he's like a bad guy. I just think that
shit than people think.
He really has the wrong impression of what we're doing.
Trump's.
Yeah, he really does have
Trump's
the wrong impression of what we're doing.
Julian Assange.
Is this really? It's funny when I stream somebody else's stream within the stream and they don't know we're doing it.
If you notice, Julian Assange said that.
And like I saw where J1033 was like, "Oh, Jafango has monetization on his fucking videos and shit." And I mean, like, dude, who gives a flying fuck if you have ads on your motherfucking YouTube channel? For fuck's sake.
That kind
like
of
that matters one single bit.
Past,
it doesn't.
I mean, like, I don't even see how that's relevant. Like,
I think we will have.
Like, are you just so incredibly wealthy and like love your position in life that you don't need any extra money? Like, can you imagine like the fact that you might have extra money may like be able to like allow you to help people even more? I mean, like, I just don't fucking understand that. It's like society has turned into this whole super fucked up, like, wanting to hate on anybody that's successful in life because, like, everybody is frowned upon for being successful. It's, like, bad to be successful because that automatically, like, lumps you into the elite somehow when that's the furthest thing from the case.
Well, I mean, like, that would be abjectly impossible.
Yeah. Like, I just don't understand it. It blows me away. Like, oh yeah, let me apologize for trying to add to my success in life, and do something where like I'll just make a little bit extra money because maybe I might donate that. Maybe I might utilize that extra money to contribute to society in a better way.
Yeah, I mean that's what I've always thought about it. But I mean, other people are all just really well sound and make tons of money, and it's like. They don't even get.
What?
I mean, some people just don't realize, like they're so well off or they got something else going on.
Yeah. Maybe their parents take care of them or something. I've been working ever since I was like 13.
No, I've been working my whole life for nothing. So you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Blows me away.
It blows my mind.
Sean Connery.
My mind has been blown.
Indy, find the spear.
Find the spear. Fix me. Don't make me drink out of that goddamn goblet again. Unless it's scotch. I don't want to drink it.
Scotch.
I love my scotch.
I used to love those Saturday Night Lives when we do the Jeopardy.
Oh, when Sean Connery and The Rapist. Still though.
I suppose.
Dude, so you weren't having any trouble with the internet, dude? Because the internet was like fudged up earlier today for a lot of people. Like since last night, actually. It's like some real life F society shit. Because it's definitely something different. Something different.
Oh, my bad, dude. I was just ordering a drink. All right, see.
Run deception. I'm on my cassette.
Yeah, it seems like the narrative now and everything going on, we really are telling the tale of people either at the edge of destruction, the brink of destruction, or the brink of this new thing. Because I don't know. I don't think there's any of this. Like, I don't know. The deep state is real, but how far is their reach? You know what I'm saying? Like, because would we really be at the mercy of one mad dictator's grandson, you know, or the dictator's mad grandson? I don't know anything about his grandfather. You know what I'm saying? And we're at the mercy of a few fucking people with their hands on the button.
I already knew he was retracting paradigm. So why do you have to play the fucking monkey see? Just stop. We know the monkey's doing it. You don't need to be the monkey do. And I'm not a fucking lunatic. You're a fucking lunatic retracting your goddamn chats. Like this chat fucking appears when the show's over. You fucking morons. No one sees the shit but Google.
No, I store them and I send them to Williams at Langley, where he puts them into the FBI database. It's part of what I do to my disinformation. I work with them and I send them information, but you know, I have my tricks up my sleeve. That's how I get to do my Illuminati control on Williams and Langley people.
Mr.
Who I'm gonna
Outcast
resort
thinks
to?
these talks are very interesting.
Fucking bag. Oh, message retracted.
It's always message retracted. Ha 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 ha. Let me retract my message. Ha 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 ha. You fucking dork.
Hey, the Ghost of Todd Gundel. Have you ever heard of the Ghost of Tom Joad by Bruce Springsteen and also Rage Against the Machine?
Yes.
That kind of alludes to the name. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome.
I wonder if.
Oh, so now.
Facetious. I wonder if subconsciously I did that because I always liked that title. It's a mysterious title.
What a boring
you know?
show.
It's a good one.
Do you know what the original song? What
it's
it
like the most
originally
boring
alludes
thing
to?
on YouTube,
the Grapes
but I
of
just
Wrath
made
and the
it
story
more or less boring.
of Tom Joad, how the pursuit of economic stability in California from the Dust Bowl in Oklahoma led to them had to become violent people because of the corporate trust of the American farms in California, and he had to become violent, Todd Grundle. But it was stating he had to do it to preserve his family because of a corporate interest that was taking over the rights of his family and the farmers. So it's stating, you know, political
This is the Illuminati right here.
abrasiveness and political honestness, and that's kind of what your show kind of represents, I think.
Where'd my stream go? Where'd my stream go? Ah, here it is. Where'd my stream go? Where'd my stream go? Ah, here it is. Where'd my stream go? Where'd my stream go? Where did it go? It's around here somewhere in this massive whatever that we are. We just seem to be getting deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper into the anti-radio underground we go. For nothing is as it seems, but everything fractalizes into the truth. Grundyception. Grundleception, dude. I call this one Grundleception. Because we just incepted Todd Grundy and his dirty, dirty undies. It literally is glitching out so much. Oh my god. This is some crazy shit. Grundleception. Grundy 1. Grundle 1. This is probably gonna make my computer explode. Oh, look. It just looks like... What does that even look like? Alright, we must stop the madness. Stop it. We must stop the madness. The madness. The madness. We must stop the madness. For here we are today. Yes, here we are today. That Norse attack map is something else. Yeah, here we are today. Call these fools back.
Gentlemen.
Oh, what's up, yo?
What's going on, man?
Chilling, just hanging out.
I just got back from a 2.5-hour drive. That was fun.
Oh, that sounds fantastically
Yeah.
sucky.
2.5 hours both ways, there and back, so that I could meet somebody for lunch.
Wow. Just for lunch. Must have been a hell of a lunch.
Yeah, it was. It was for one of our clients. And it was just like a last minute thing. Hey, can you hop in the car and drive to Orlando to meet for an hour and a half for lunch? Sure.
You're like, yeah, why not? Sure, it sounds simple enough, right? You could do that, like, you know, they're like, that's at least going to be 5 hours of your time.
Right. Hey, you're paying me for it, so if you want me to sit in a car for 3/4 of my day, all right.
Well, okay. Dude, somebody put out a new cicada message, bro. And it is
A
like
cicada message or a sevens?
It was a cicada message. PGP signed.
They put it out today.
Yeah, super weird. I'm about to verify right now. I don't think it'll verify.
What was it? Like a
Says for the next step, donate 1 BTC to the last line of the PGP Senator. Beware false paths. Always verify. PGP.
donate 1 Bitcoin, huh?
Yeah, 1 whole Bitcoin.
That's $1,400.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what?
Well, that makes the puzzle rather interesting. I wonder how many people will actually follow that and do that.
I don't know.
That's a pretty big leap of faith for many people, I think, from going from solving puzzles to now you're asking me for money.
Exactly.
That's going to be interesting. Something tells me that that's not a legit message. I don't know that.
It's not a legit
That
message.
strikes me. No, that strikes me as really out of character.
Somebody posted it up on on Pastebin, so we'll see what's going on with it. It says the next step is now.
That's really funny.
Yeah, I was like, it doesn't check
And it's
out.
the same signature, same PGP key.
Yeah, it looks like something that somebody just made though, because it doesn't actually like check out, but it doesn't work.
Oh, so it blows up when you try to decrypt?
Yeah, it doesn't blow up. It just didn't decrypt at all.
Huh. Hold on, I think Inter just got on.
Oh, did he? Did he finally get back?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Is he finally alive? See, that one checks out. It says, for the next step, donate 1 PG or 1 BTC to the first line of the PGP signature.
Dude, no way.
That's what it says when it checks out. But it's a different hash.
That's such a departure from what they normally.
Well, I know, it's
like,
because people are making fake cicada PGP sigs all over the place because somebody put it out. That's why it's a joke. But now you go look at the Wikipedia. So you're telling me that this is a real message too if it checks out?
Yeah, no, I'm not buying it now.
Yeah,
especially if somebody spoofed the key.
Yeah, somebody's already spoofed the key. They proved that back in 2014.
It was me. I spoofed that shit.
I spoofed it before I boofed it.
And I spoofed all your MAC addresses, and I'm all up in your shit. What's up now, bitches?
Oh, I'm all up in your MAC address. I'm gonna copy this one too. When is this one posted? May 1st? I don't even have a fucking Bitcoin.
I don't have a full Bitcoin. Even if I want to go out and buy one right now, I don't know that I would just hand it over to somebody because they asked me for it.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck you.
I tell you what, I am one sexy motherfucker.
Chase, we know that. That's why you get all the ladies.
I've dropped like 30 pounds lately.
Damn, he dropped like 30 pounds. Dude, I wish I would drop 30 pounds. If I dropped 30 pounds, I would be a lean, mean machine.
Trying to get those abs.
What are you like doing? Are you just sitting there talking to us doing sit-ups? That's incredibly manly.
No, I'm just injecting testosterone, Winstrol, and Deca.
No, just steroids and stuff. That's cool.
Yeah.
Dude, did you see this article from Business Insider?
Which one?
Yeah, I was just sitting here watching my shit, and then I was like, somebody posted it to me earlier, and it was said Jared Kushner didn't disclose business ties to George Soros, Peter Thiel, and Goldman Sachs, or that he owes $1 billion in loans. Ooh,
wow,
that's like 8 hours ago. But it says he didn't disclose like working with half of these people, and he's like the top White House security advisor, Trump's son-in-law.
What?
You know, he didn't actually identify his ownership in this thing called Cadre, which is a real estate startup that he founded that links him directly to Goldman Sachs and George Soros and Peter Thiel, like, face to face, putting hands together.
Really?
Then he just sold that building for, the biggest price ever, and he still owes tons of loans and shit. Like, what's going on with that?
Soros is a big advocate for the PAX6 gene too.
That is true. He also has it. Like, he's one of the only, isn't he like one of the only people in the world that has it? It's alive right now.
No, it's there's a lot of people that have it.
That guy wants to
Not
tank
a lot.
every currency on the planet.
Yeah, he just wants to have it all. But I mean, it seems really interesting that Kushner's lawyer advised that, maybe he shouldn't disclose it, or maybe he should. But it seems that he also failed to identify that he had ownership in this company and that he owed over $1 billion to 20 lenders and personal guarantees for almost 300 million of that. Yeah, and they said, like, these revelations are very normal, but like it seems like something that probably should have been, should have came up from way before then. But this guy's already in power and
Why?
doing all this shit. So
What do you
what
mean
are we
he's in
doing?
power? What's
Well,
he
I mean,
doing?
he's working in the White House now. He's like one of the top security advisors, and he's got,
Yeah.
he's right there at the president. And you got Ivanka, you got the whole Trump dynasty setting itself up right now.
Fuck it, dude. Let
And
him
this
do their
guy's
thing.
like at the whim of the banks, bro. Like, he owes money to Bank of America, Blackstone Group, Citigroup, UBS, Dutch
Dude,
Bank,
all
RBS.
these, you act surprised.
Well, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, I'm just saying, I bet people out there are going to be pretty surprised that this guy owes so much money to so many bankers. Trump's trying to say that he's changing the world, and he's draining the swamp, and like he's a swamp monster too. 100%. And then now you're tying him directly to George Soros. I mean, how many right-wing people out there are gonna not like that one bit? And then there's some guy on YouTube saying that Jared's the Antichrist, which is
I saw that.
the Earthwatch or whatever.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, I have the spear, Mr. Kushner, and you ain't getting it, son.
It was trippy watching that video about Kushner, that Antichrist video. That was really interesting.
Yeah, the black child.
Why does he think that?
Well, everything just kind of like sets up. He's been the guy that's been behind he's been behind a lot of like big technological advances. He's not like very well spoken. He doesn't say a lot, but it seems that he gets a lot of shit done. And like Lucent Technologies and the RFID shit that they were doing years ago.
I mean,
Like
he's a
all that
Jew.
happened in his building. Some people say it because he's Jewish or whatever, but like I try not to buy too much into that shit. I just look at like what he's done.
You ever read the Talmud?
Yeah, I've
For
read the
fuck's
Talmud.
sake.
Yeah, I mean that thing's crazy, dude.
Dude, I mean, like, those motherfuckers just used to burn babies for fun.
Yeah, to mammon. Right?
They used to throw them in these things called toffets, which like these big just pits of fire. They just throw babies in there.
Yeah, that's super not cool. And then there's that whole first board thing. I don't know, man. It just seems really weird. The Wall Street Journal's kind of covered this, but like Jared Kushner's got a bunch of money, and he owes probably just as much money as freaking Trumpy does. But I mean, I guess right now he's technically able to pay most of it back. But I mean, we're talking he's owing $1 billion. Like, how does somebody get $1 billion worth of loans? Like,
By double dipping.
I can't get $1 million loan. Shit, I could probably barely get like a $200,000 loan.
But
this guy's got $1 billion.
If you got a $200,000 loan, $50,000 in the bank, you can then go to another bank and say, I have $150,000 in the bank and I'd like a $350,000 loan from you. And as long as you show history of being able to make your payments, they'll keep giving you credit until you extend yourself, and then they'll just sue you and collect everything that they want in return.
Yeah, but I mean, like that debt, like they're gonna factor in your debt to income ratio. Like lending standards have gotten a lot more strict.
But think about how many assets he can share with the Trump family. Like, how many things can they share their names on where they can claim equal ownership of an asset? So the same, $2 billion that Trump says he owns, Kushner can have his name on $1.5 billion of it himself.
It really depends on like, I, it's not as it really depends on who's lending the money. Honestly, like what type of loan they're
You
distributing.
mean like Goldman Sachs?
Yeah.
No, I mean like you have
Goldman
like
Sachs or First Bank.
like portfolio loans, like where banks, like private banks, like they can just do different types of high risk lending and shit like that.
Yeah.
But if it's anything that's like government related, like they're not getting shit. I mean,
No, I guarantee you most of his money has come from people that he's basically discussed it as investment vehicles for them. Here, give me your money. I'll put it into this some sort of an investment vehicle, and I'll make you money, and then uses that to hedge whatever additional funds, loans, etc. he goes out and gets. I mean, the whole system. It's just a giant Ponzi Madoff, so to say.
I'm telling you, like the craziest shit. Like, I mean, everybody honestly should do this. Like, if you really want to create some wealth for yourself, just go out and buy a shell corporation. Um, which are aged business entities that people like set up and establish, like put up, like set up articles of a corporation and shit, and they like they put them on the shelf, so to say, so to speak, and like let those age for 5 or 6 years. So as those companies age, like they'll also go out and get like what are called trade lines and establish credit through these businesses, and then you can go out and just borrow money, with this company's credit. But like, what I would do is buy a shell company, start essentially like selling shares of stock to raise money for whatever my project is, whether that's real or not. It doesn't really matter. You just pay for a good attorney to set everything up for you, have 2 years of audited financials, and then set up an offshore, like use a shelf corporation that's offshore and lend money to your own corporation. Let that loan or that note essentially go into default. And then when that note goes into default, you convert that note into shares of stock, and then you can just start fucking blowing out of it into the market. And then your company the lending company reaps all the rewards from selling all the shares of stock. And it's offshore, so you don't get taxed on it. There's just tons of shit like that goes on all the time. It's just a total self-enrichment scam.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about the other day. Is like there's a pattern to everything in the natural world, and elitists that sit at the top of the pyramid have learned the tactics of the psychological aspects and the financial manipulation aspects of the entire system. They know how to game just about everything, but they have to do so by a set of rules, and there's still a natural order to it that if they fuck up, then everything gets fucked up. So they have to follow some sort of rule set with amongst each other, so they don't step on each other's toes, so that they don't directly compete with one another. It's like a mafia, like any old school mafia movie. I mean, even if you read like the Al Capone stories, it very, in no uncertain terms, lays out like, you have to have cooperation amongst the groups, because as soon as there's distrust, as soon as there's unequal footing with any of them, it just keeps you alive. So, rule book that they follow, that if we were able to understand that and study it equally and have some insight into it, we'd be able to just destroy that shit. That's what I would love to see, is just like the top of the pyramid come crashing down. I would love that. No worry. We can still hear you, Jeff.
That's why I don't know if like any of this, like, I mean, how can any of this stuff really crash? Like, seems like it's good for them to keep it going.
Very good for them to keep it going. They continue to enrich themselves for as long as they can milk it. There's no incentive for them to crash the entire system. On a knife's edge, because unless you, and again, the whole cabal thing, if you don't have China and Russia in check, go off and dump all of our currency tomorrow, all of the US dollars. Like that's it. America is done. Our economy tanks overnight. All the corporations will just leave because they will not be able to continue to make the money at the value of the dollar. Value of the currency is worth more. With that would go all the jobs, and you'd have just a in this country economic downturn.
Dude, here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand, and honestly, it really wouldn't be that bad. Well, it wouldn't be bad for certain people if the entire market crashed and went to hell, because the majority of the population is not aware of the fact that you can make a fuck ton of money if the stock market crashes.
Absolutely.
Like they don't even realize that, like, you can short the market, you know, in the form of options. You know, that's what the majority of people do, you know, like they hedge things.
That's what
Or,
Soros does.
you know, you could buy, you know, like bear ETFs, gold ETFs, like different things that, you know, increase as the market goes down. And, you know, like there's all types of different ways to straddle and hedge and do different things to like mitigate risk. But, so like one of the big things that happens a lot in the penny market, and people say that this doesn't go on as far as like the form of shorting shares, like you can naked short shares of stock. Defengo, do you know how, are you familiar with how that works? Is he still on?
He's on mute.
Oh. So, you know, like you can short stock, like, and you don't even have to like own shares. Like if you have certain brokerages and stuff out there, i.e., like for example, Lex Securities, Unicorn used to be one. I don't think they're in business anymore. I think they've been shut down. Centerpoint, Sure Trader. There's a bunch of different brokerages out there, but you can essentially just sit there and just sell as much stock as you want. And, you know, simple supply and demand. If there's just a ton of supply, like it's going to decrease in value. So,
Right.
you know, like drive the price of a stock down. What a lot of these guys do, like, and like they don't even call it shorting, you know, they'll say it's a hedge, but you know, like there are a few like companies that trade on the over-the-counter market that are real. I think the actual statistic is somewhere around the fact, like I think around 89 to 91% of them are all fake. The rest are actually legitimate companies, you know, but these companies, like they've got terrible balance sheets. They don't have a, you know, like a lengthy record of good credit or anything, you know, like it's be like just like me or you, like having a great idea, wanting to do a startup, you know, not having a lot of money, and you know, I mean, like typically the way they structure them is like they want at least 110% return on their money, but they're usually making anywhere 5 to 6 to 700% return on their money. And dude, that's every, you know, most convertible notes are, you know, 6 months to a year.
So
Or
let me.
sometimes it's drawdown financing. There's all kinds of different like hybrid ways of doing this shit.
Yeah, these are all the tools that they've created over generations, decades of building out and studying the financial markets.
You know, hybrid structured debt.
The whole dollar itself. I mean, it says when you look at the back of a dollar bill that this is a debt. You're by holding the currency, you are in fact holding on to U.S. debt for every dollar that you have.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's a symbol of debt.
So, like, what these guys will do when they lend money out and stuff is, like, sometimes they'll put an agreement in their clause that's in their contract that says, like, we will not short your stock. But what they do is they just call up one of their buddies at another brokerage or another financial institution or equity firm, whatever they want to do, and they'll just sit there and start selling shares. And, like, the things that I've noticed lately on the over-the-counter market, like where these stocks a lot of times are extremely illiquid, you know, like they can be very easily manipulated, like even by retail traders. And like that's kind of what we did to an extent, but we would front run stocks and shit just like a hedge fund would, because like if there's not a lot of trading volume in them, you know, like dude, I like there's sometimes like when I can trade a stock and I know every fucking trade that's occurred, who traded it, where it came from, and like you can't do that on a big board stock. You know, there's way too much shit going on.
Too much volume.
But there's a lot more like algos and like shit that are popping up on the over-the-counter market, and like if you have what's called level 2 access, which shows you like depth of market. So it shows you like all the retail bids, like buy orders, and all the retail sell orders, and the size of those orders, like on the bid and ask. And you know, like you can manipulate the trading because like I could come in and, you know, like say if I'm buying a stock that's at 0.002, I can come in and, you know, accumulate 3 or 4 million shares and then throw up 2 or 3 million shares on the ask. Like I'm wanting to sell that. People see that shit and the stock just immediately starts tanking because they're like, oh shit, somebody's coming in to sell a bunch of this shit. I'm going to get fucked. But lots of times, like we're doing that shit intentionally because we want to scare people because we're buying their shares on the bid the whole fucking time and driving the thing
And
down.
there's no clarity on that from the outside viewer because they don't have visibility into those decisions. They just see the black and white, the number. So they don't know that it's fear-based.
It takes a long time to understand how all the games work. I mean, it's the best chess match you've ever played. You know, so like you can do shit like that, but like whenever these guys are like, you know, they're lending money to these companies and they don't want them to survive. They don't want them to be successful. They want the stock price to go down because the lower the stock price goes, the more money, not more money, but the larger amount of shares that they're going to get. It grows exponentially on the conversion rate when it goes down. And so, you know, they're like people like you do like different like market makers, which are like you can see on level 2. Lots of times different market makers are like representative of known market makers that dilute stock, like, you know, that are going to sit there and come in and somebody's already converted a bunch of stock and they're going to wreck it. Well, people freak out and start selling and shit like that. And, you know, basically I found a firm, like a financier that was doing this shit intentionally. And if you could time it right, whenever they would get done, whatever type of manipulation they were doing, like the stocks would run like 1,000% in a day.
Jeez, they would just like freaking go.
So let me ask you guys, you know a lot obviously about the markets, right? So this is a question I would pose to you because this is an interesting discussion that's come up like around the cryptocurrencies and around the own currency. There's obviously a lot of means and abilities to manipulate markets and currency.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, hey guys, Hated Ballad just jumped in the chat on the stream.
What was that?
Hated Ballad just jumped in the chat on the stream and it says, "Hi, my friend, you want to see something beautiful?" And it says, "List goes on." So I'm like, oh, okay, what's going on? You know, like Hated Ballad's one of the puzzle streams that I found on YouTube that's been like coming into my live chat.
It's the Sevens, dude. You know that, right?
Is it the Sevens or is it somebody else?
Huh?
Because the Sevens is a way glitch swan.
What?
The 7 is a way glitch swan. The Hated Ballad is a completely different puzzle. I thought. I mean, they said that they weren't hated ballad too, or hated ballads. Like, a way to glitch swan said that they weren't hated ballad.
What?
I said a way glitch swan or the seven said that they were not the same as hated ballad.
Oh, I thought they were.
Who I don't. Who told you that?
I haven't seen the sevens on YouTube for a long time.
The sevens is now a way glitch swan.
Yeah, that's what I just. Oh, yeah, that's right. I got it confused.
It says number 7 and 8 are
Hmm.
better. Yeah, like I had gotten this puzzle thing from him that was like, it kind of went on. It wasn't really going on for like a long time or anything. It just was kind of weird because it was like a list of like people's names or whatever. Let's see. And like I got this document that said "whoops" on it, and then we unlocked it, and then there was like stuff inside of it. But I don't even. Oh, dude, where's the image? I should check out their Twitter. Hated
So,
Ballad.
question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
What? Obviously, there's a lot of spin-off puzzles popping up all over the place, right? This has sparked a new wave kind of idea of crypto puzzling across the internet, different 4chan, different Reddit. A lot of ARGs that are incorporating it or have started up with it. That the motives for the Cicada and Sevens puzzles are still consistent, like, or do they seem to be to you? Because at least to me, they seem to be drifting, like kind of sliding sideways a little bit. They don't seem as linear and forward progressing like they used to be.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they're all connected. That's obviously the case. And then what we've seen off with all the shenanigans, like Cicada 3301 seems to be, stick a fork in them dead because there's no way that somebody's going to be able to identify as that without the PGP signature. And people are posting fake PGP signatures all over the place on the internet,
Right.
saying all kinds of shit. So it's like, okay, I guess,
Yes.
it's
How
hard
would you
to.
know?
You don't know. Like, honestly, I just have like people have been sending me puzzles, so I've been trying to just keep track of all the stuff that I've been getting. That's just like I don't have enough time to go through all of this. That's why I started the group so I could be like, hey, we got this other puzzle that's been cracking off. Let's look at this one or let's check this out. Because like there's a few of them now. We got Tangri 137, we got Hated Ballad, we got the Seven or Away Glitch Swan, which means always watching. And then there's the
What?
Life's Always a Glitch. What did you
What
do?
does way glitch swan mean?
Always watching.
Oh,
It's an anagram for always watching.
What do you think what do you think the motives are? Like, what do you think the end goal is? Because I keep going back to that. I know that Cicada is pretty much dead in the water, but like when they like their first puzzle, the very first thing they said was, "This is what we want. I'll go," and then led you down that path as the horse brought you to the water, and then whoever got there said, "Drink or don't drink,"
Mm,
because
that's
they didn't direct right out of the gate like, "This is what we want." It was kind of like, take a trip with us. We're going to take you down a path. And then that path started leading to many other paths. And then some of these other puzzles, to me, just very genuinely take on the form of like a game or a puzzle. They don't seem like Cicada had more of a, we're going to pick somebody. There's going to be an end to this that's going to result in some type of reward or some type of thing. Sevens didn't say that, and I have yet to see really anybody else say that with any of their puzzles too. So I'm just curious what your
well, the
thoughts are on
seven. The
where
seven has been talking about
you
trying to
go.
get. They've been talking about uncovering history, wanting to lead people to like the treasures of the world. Like finding things. So that's really what the seven puzzle is all about. Is like getting people to get up off of their butts and get out from behind the computers. So you're doing all the cryptography, but you're actually going into the real world and doing real things. Um, as far as Cicada, like I always thought Cicada was just this Ouroboros of puzzles that were meaningless. Like I never saw like like you never got anywhere. You just kept going in and doing things until you got to the end, and then like it just for some people they'd be like, oh yeah, like they talk about how they might have solved it or who somebody solved it, but really I just to me it never seemed like there was anything there. So like this year I dived into it and I was like, all right, well we're just gonna see what this is up. And some people are still, hey, it's not Cicada, and I'm just like, well, no PGP, no Cicada. Maybe it's just 3301. Who knows?
Right.
It could have been a couple groups coming together to create that, like two different groups, and then they separated. So, there's a lot of really
Yeah,
interesting ways that could
there's a
go.
lot of theory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it could have been somebody from 3301 originally from Cicada that was either brought in, learned a lot of secrets, learned culture, learned history, or whatever it was that they were exposed to, and then decided not to take part in the group anymore and go do their own thing, or borrow the idea and the concept and try to do something that was more in line with their ideology and not Cicada 3301. So it's interesting to me because, as I've been also doing the puzzles, I felt like if you goal, so it's very easy to work backwards, at least understanding what the objectives are for the puzzle.
That's true.
I know that this puzzle is to get the next clue, to work towards this end goal. So it allowed me to sort of get in the mind of the 3301 mindset of like, okay, if they're looking for somebody really skilled, then this puzzle makes a lot of sense to try to decrypt this and figure this out. With sevens, it was less so. It was like, well, what are they really looking for? Are they actually looking for anything? Because if I understand that from that objective and say, all right, so this puzzle is to learn some piece of history because I need to know that in order to solve the next puzzle, because when I solve all of this, there'll be some buried treasure. Like, I think that people who don't come out and make their objectives and their goals for doing the puzzles very clear will quickly lose a lot of people in the process, because that finish line, even if they don't know exactly how they're going to arrive at it.
Yeah, you need to have a finish line. I think,
Yeah.
like the sevens has said that they have a finish line right now. We're waiting for June. Like, we've been waiting for January 1st the entire year, and we got that countdown clock still going down. So we know that that's when the next big thing's going to happen. So, like, it's funny. They've been talking about this a lot in May. Like, they're going to, basically die in the water for a while and basically do nothing. And then, I think on June 1st is when it's really going to start kicking off again, because that seems to be what all the data is pointing to. And, that was one of the very first things that they had posted up that they wanted us to know. So I figured that's probably what we're going to do, or what we're going to have to do.
And but are those dates relative for historical references, or are they relative to events that they know are going to take place and are trying to give us clues of what's going to happen?
It seems that every single time that you look at it, it's the same. It looks like somebody might have gotten the gold already. I don't know, man.
Oh, really?
I don't know. They're talking about too late.
Oh boy.
What makes you feel that?
No, it's just Hated Ballads thing. I don't know. I'm just watching their new video. I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention. To, I got a job and shit, so it's like, I don't have tons of time for all this shit.
Man, I'm gone all day and then have to sit down and spend like an hour just catching up on the threads.
And even then, I'm like, still like, okay, what's going on? And then some people are like, oh, well, you're not doing this all right. I'm just like, whatever.
That video that Hated Ballad posted, it says too late.
Yeah, it says too late all over it, and then it says sound got, or they posted something in my chat that says sound got next list. Somebody else got the other list. See, it's just like, oh, man, I can't fucking keep up with half of this shit, dude. That's why I started the team, and I have a bunch of, like, stuff so far that I've collected for all of them. But, like, the 7 one is the only one that really, or the 7 or always, I'm going to call it Away Glitch Swan now, because that's what they call it. That's the only one that doesn't seem to really have an outcome. Some people have been trying to push it as, like, a Pizzagate thing, but I don't think that it has anything to do with that. I think it's just, it is what it is. And, I mean, from a lot of these videos that I've been seeing from a Hated Ballad, like, it's like somebody's doing something, and it seems like the same thing, and it says successful. Like, I don't know, man. It's super weird. It's super weird. I didn't even realize that there was a QR code at the last end of this one right here.
I mean, if they said right out of the gate, first message, we've buried gold somewhere, we're going to take you on a journey and see if you can find it. It won't be easy. Then you would have had like every fucking buddy working and trying to solve those puzzles. Now, maybe that wouldn't be ideal. Maybe they will prefer a smaller group here and try to work their way toward it. But that's what I mean by that goal. It's like, it's the same thing in working in the corporate world, right? Like, if your boss or his boss or their boss can't say what the fuck it is that they are doing or want to do, then your job is frivolous at that point. Like, at least my job, I can't do anything without somebody saying, this is what I want to save $1 million. Okay, if that's your objective, then now I can go walk away and look at the 15 things that I can do within this company to accumulate $1 million worth of savings. But I can't, if you can't tell me that, then I can't do anything for you. So just that objective, like if they would have said that right out of the gate, man, I think people, A, would have accumulated more, and B, I think you would have had a different interest in the group solving, trying to reach that reward.
Well, I mean,
I personally don't care.
The whole time we knew that we were looking for something. The whole time that was like always the thing. We just didn't know what. And when I went and got the dang spear and stuff, like somebody else got it, and that guy went on his he went on a whole fucking adventure, like 10 times crazier than anything that I did. I was just walking around with the damn spear.
That's not.
So it's like, like this guy went all over the world, and I'm just hanging out. So I'm just like, okay, there's always going to be something new and exciting. You just never know what's coming through, honestly. It's just like, I feel like all these different puzzles have been offering something.
Yeah, I mean, well, at a bare minimum for me, like the puzzles are opportunities for self-growth, whether it's understanding a new aspect of religion or, figuring out some new tool for cryptography or steganography that I haven't seen yet. It's all like everything. If I go into a rabbit hole and I feel like I'm climbing into this hole and I'm getting no value out of it, then what's the first thing you do when you're in a hole? Stop digging. So for me, like I back out pretty quickly if I find, all right, this is just like a waste of time. These are all things that are relatively easy to do. Anybody can do these types of tasks. It's not like pushing the envelope for me or for other groups of people in terms of the intellectual or challenging aspect of it. But the sevens and the cicada puzzles, the SVV puzzles, totally different world. Like a lot of those have really, like, to me, pushed my upper boundaries to force me to have to expand my horizons a little bit to keep going on those paths. And that's good. Like, gold is, you can look at gold as something as a metal that's tangible, or you can look at it as, arriving at that
gnosis.
I really learned something new.
I agree.
There's that whole philosopher's stone aspect. It's like, is it really led to gold?
That's what I was kind of thinking. Like, it's almost like it's like setting up for like to be the work, like to complete all the different, like to transmute into gold, like yourself, not physical.
Right.
Yeah, not get physical gold.
I mean, there is the physical.
Some people want the physical, and I think that's like the thing. It's like it was back when we were talking about, the last timer that went up. So many people wanted like, a freaking bomb to go off, and I'm just like, geez, peeps, like it's just gonna be the next clue for the puzzle, like duh. But people wanted so much more out of that, and I was just like, holy shit, like, are people this lost right now? Is this really what we're dealing with?
Yes.
Or it's just like, and like, yeah, obviously the answer is yes, because like so many people were just like, oh well, it was nothing, and I'm just like, what?
But why?
Yeah, like why was it nothing? It's like, is it good that it was nothing? Is it bad that it was nothing? I think it was pretty good that it was nothing. But
yeah, but
everybody always wants something, right?
To see such an abrupt change, and I mean, even whether it's violent or non-violent, right? It's kind of telling that people are craving some type of massive change to what's going on in the world, and I don't think people know. Like when individual people talk, they agree this sucks, it needs to change. Even small groups of people talk, this sucks, this needs to change. Like wanderer, like a wandering point where nobody knows where do you start to actually make that change happen, like to make it real. Like groups of people are taking, like we are, you know, the cryptocurrency. There's different aspects of it as people wake up and start to realize, you know, hey, we can actually make a dent in this by doing this. But it's going to take enough people doing that. Like the lot with people about how do you polarize the masses? Because if everybody knew they were going to die tomorrow because of a meteor, you know, and the smartest people in the world got together and said, you all have to band together, and if we all do X, then we won't die. Same fucking page, real fast.
Yeah,
But
if you guys don't want to die, you'll do this.
It's not about that. You get ideology, you get divisiveness, you get, you know, interests, personal interests, special interests, all these things that create people can't get on the same page with one goal. You know, like the material aspect versus the spiritual aspect. So many people want the material, the spiritual. They don't know, they either whether conditioned or taught, indoctrinated, they don't understand that there's more value in the spiritual aspect of the world than there is in the material aspect of it. Real things, but it shouldn't be the thing that you're chasing after, trying to earn money for, is just to have material things.
Exactly. You should just be doing it.
And that shit's lost on a lot of people, man. And I especially see it in like my kids. In the next generation that's coming up, there's sort of this apathetic.
Sort of apathetic, and they're just like, I don't really care about anything.
Yeah, like anything. Like if it's not about pure relaxation and fun, it doesn't matter. It's very strange. Like I haven't quite figured that one out yet, but I see it with my kids and his friends and like pretty much his entire school. They're just, it doesn't matter attitude. Nothing's going to change attitude. Like the system is rigged and, you know, we're all pawns in it and we can't do anything. So it's bad, but you know, step by step. I was saying to somebody earlier, like, how do you eat an elephant?
You don't.
One bite at a time. At a time, right? Can't eat a whole elephant. So it obviously the situation that we're dealing with is a fucking large elephant.
That's probably the biggest elephant that anybody's ever messed with, probably.
Right. So we have to nibble away at it, you know, bit by bit. But even those little bites that are being taken out have to be sort of on the same page, like with the same end goal. So if all these groups working on cryptocurrency, working on, you know, WikiLeaks, working on hacking and you know, deterring the CIA and the FBI and the NSA, if every one of those groups have the same central goal, which is to remove power from the people that are abusing it and shift it into a way that it's not abused and possibly to people that we can feel better about not abusing it. And that's that's a very, very large, important goal. I think if everybody is focused on it, then we will see the type of change we're talking about.
Well, that's the goal, isn't it?
I sent you guys a link in the DM on, I'm sure you've seen it or heard about it at least, but it cites the exact wording of the email that was sent from the French president to Hillary on Libya, basically saying Libya is about to do business with gold to trade oil with the euro, and if they do that, it's going to crash the French economy. And reached out to Hillary and said, like, basically, we need you to do something about this.
It's nutty.
Feeling because it shows that the threat of crashing the U.S. dollar will to go into a country and remove their leadership and destroy the country if they have to in the process to instill either a central bank or some mechanism that prevents a dollar. Because if Russia and China can buy oil, or Russia produces their own oil, they don't need to buy it. But if they had to buy oil, no no reason for them to hold $1 to $3 or $4 trillion in U.S. bills and treasury bonds. They have no reason to do that anymore. Because that's the only reason they do that, is because you cannot buy oil without converting to a petrodollar. So think about what happens if you have, a pool of X amount of dollars, and now all of a sudden you triple or quadruple the number of dollars that's in that pool. A dollar, it's now worth shit. Yeah. So the minute that happened, the instant that happens, it will only take one press release from one large country to just come out and be like, yo, we made this deal. That's it.
I'm done.
And hand back the currency. And you'll see just everybody will fucking leave in droves. Everybody. And what's funny is have you guys seen that Deagle report?
Mm-mm.
What is it?
The Deagle forecast?
Mm-mm.
Have you seen that?
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, dude, this is good. Check this out. This company, Deagle, right? They're like a merc for weapons. They like keep inventory of the weapons that every country has that are available for purchasing and for buying and selling purposes.
Mm-hmm.
These intelligence and economic agencies to build forecast models so that anybody who's prospecting, buying, or selling weapons can look at their forecast and know whether or not they should move into this country, whether their GDP or their military spending is going to be good next year. This is the one that they released for the United States. And they have no interest in, there's no interest in them saying whether a country will do good or bad. They don't make any money from publishing the intelligence data. They just publish it so that it's available for the countries to do their thing. The United States. And if you look at that link, the interesting part about it is that they expect that by 2025, of $781 billion to 8.2. And that will go from 300 plus million people down to 61 million. And if you check out that link, dude, it shows the forecast between now and 2025 specifically for military spending. And again, it does this so that you can, as a buyer, an arms buyer or seller, you can look at which countries you want to go into next year or the year after.
Why is it so low at the 18, 19, and 20?
I don't know.
Well, I can probably tell you why.
They don't forecast
things are going to move to more of a instead of like actual physical arms, it's going to be online weapons.
Online weapons. What's up? Who just joined us?
Hey, Def.
What's up? What? What's up, dude?
Shit, Grundle wants
what?
Grundle wants me to talk.
Okay.
Wants what?
Grundle wants me to talk on his.
Okay. What,
dude.
Is he streaming our stream? What are you doing, Tech?
Holy shit. I just saw something, dude. Did you know that there was a AC 130U spooky
there's
test
a new test that
on the 2317?
Hey, they finally talked.
The same day that
the Lockheed Martin C-130 Hercules.
Oh boy.
No, that's an old plane. Huh. But there was a link to this spooky thing on here, and you remember that from one of the clues?
The AC-47 spooky?
Yeah, the AC-47 spooky.
Yeah, well, there's new spooky planes that they just were utilizing, and then we just deployed that new plane, or one of those drone planes that flies in a circle and shit.
Hey, the ballad. Brand your name.
What?
Hey, the ballad wants me to anagram that.
Dude, you really got to get off the tour, dude. Like, nobody can ever hear what you say, Tech, because your connection sucks so bad.
Okay, now can you hear me?
No.
Yeah, for probably, what, 10 seconds?
Oh my god.
Anyway, anagram, whose name?
Hated
Alice
ballad.
Liddell?
Hated ballad. Like anagram.
Anagram hated ballad?
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right. Let me open up to crypto.
Oops. Yeah, dude, you're always on that thing.
No anagram found.
Yeah, I'm not finding any anagrams either, even with Quip Quip. Dozen common, woman cotton, herd begged, since Willie, Roman cotton, robin common, cedar better, metal vessel, James Dallas, named ballad. Yeah, I don't know. None of these make any sense. Oh, ridiculous. I know that
What is
this
it?
is crazy. I don't know what they're trying to say. They just pulled something else though. Oh yeah, that was anagram my name. Seems like a really interesting evening at least. Got hated ballad posting into.
And I'm just starting this tomorrow. So I'm just studying for that. Yeah, we have a Spanish quiz tomorrow.
Spanish quiz.
Si, senor.
Sí, señor. Puedo. Sí se puedo. Sí se puede. Yes, you can, Tech. Sí puedes hablar español. Oh, jeez. I guess it's maybe not an anagram then.
No, tomorrow we have a Spanish quiz. So I'm just studying for that because today I wasn't here for the.
Tech, I'm muting you. Anyways, so I think that was a pretty dang good talk. We talked a lot about a lot of crap. I'm gonna keep this thing going. So I feel like there's been a lot of like new developments in these puzzles and a bunch of crazy shit has been going on. Like it's super weird how some of them are just always, like Hated Ballad was hanging out for a while, a bunch of other places. I mean, it's just Tangry. It's been nuts, man.
Yeah, everybody seems to be catching the bug on the crypto puzzles and trying to do something with it.
I don't think it's cool, It's making people learn, but if anything actually goes down, it's gonna be like the only one to really worry about. Oh look, somebody says beware false paths and bribery.
Well, the other thing is that besides learning stuff, it one very important skill, which is how to get around some of the types of intelligence gathering that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Thing to do deep packet inspection to look for specific packets of data within a network tap. It's totally different if you're trying to parse and decrypt on the fly and trying to find any data or any signature of data that's in any of those payloads. That's done with steganography or any kind of encryption. At least as far as we know with RSA, it's still good.
Yeah, unless they got a weak ass key and you got the key.
Yeah, and that's common too. I mean, there's plenty of people who use keys that they're like, oh, I'm not going to remember some long ass thing. Well, you better.
Well, you better, because if not, you're gonna be screwed.
Your coin, you better make sure you create a good key. But yeah, that's only going to continue. Interesting problems that are going to eventually hit is when you start to have to increase already existing things that have been encrypted. So if you have entire data in the block, for example, with blockchain, and you're doing everything at 256, or depending on which key you're using, you can do it at a higher hash. But if you all of a sudden
It could be
and
really.
you have to go back and re-encrypt everything, that's gonna suck.
Oh my god! Like, you know how long it's gonna take?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you do know how long it's gonna take. It would take forever. I mean, seriously, there's not enough skilled people out there right now in the world that know how to do that. That we would make it.
No.
No, we wouldn't
Nope.
make it. No, like we would be sufficiently boned unless somebody, started listening outside of the box and tried to do it. Because there's a way to protect from it, and there's a way to recover from it, but there's no way physically to stop it. And I feel like there's a lot of different types of people out there right now that haven't realized that we should probably start building plan B, what we're going to
Absolutely.
do after it happens, because if we don't, like, if you haven't started planning for it or whatever, it's just going to be, you're basically going to be boned. I
Well,
mean,
yeah. To your point, when we build software, one of the rules, one of the guiding principles is that from the minute that it's released into the world, start planning its sunset and its destruction and replacement of something that's going to come after. Because the longer you leave shit out there, you deal with entropy. Entropy, technological entropy, is going to eat away, like beach erosion, at every single aspect of computing and every foundation of it that we have. SHA-1 was thought at one point, nobody will ever crack SHA-1.
we did it last year or 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Right. Well, they didn't, when they accounted for Moore's Law didn't account for technological advancements in processing. It accounted for stepping speed in processor architecture getting faster as time went on. But any major advancements in processor technology, like multi-core chips and dies, so as processing power has increased, all these projections that were done 20, 30, 40 years ago in computer science, based on what they thought was true, are now wrong.
Yeah, but you got people that'll show them.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to believe that what we've been working on, what basically the fabric that we've designed for our lives has been the wrong fabric. I mean, like the internet is great, but like the way that it was designed to be inherently flawed.
Right. That's exactly right.
It was a double-fold thing because it was designed to be inherently flawed. So, for the security aspect and the ability to be snooping, because, like some of the people behind some of this stuff, were pretty altruistic people. Let's be real about that. But, it's not those altruistic people that are the ones that are doing this stuff to make it bad. It's the people with, agendas that actually are, changing how, like, these things are being used. You might build something that you might make graphene and it could desalinate seawater, but that same graphene could be really, really useful in a bunch of other applications, like weaponry and things like that, or clothing. And that's the best reason for any government to say, nah, we're not going to give that to the people. We're just going to kind of like hold that away from them, out of their reach, because we don't want them to understand.
That's right. And it's a form of control. I think that's what people are tired of, is like, I mean, it's one thing if you believe that you're not being controlled, but the instant that you realize you are in any kind of way, people reject that. They don't like it. Nobody likes it. I mean, unless you're conditioned, like indoctrinated into that line of thinking. But for the most part, like, I don't know anybody who, unless they're completely submissive in nature, wants to be controlled by anybody externally to them. Most people like the idea of being in control of their own fate. So when you have what feels like a sword hanging over your head by a piece of spider silk,
Are you talking about the story? There's a story that what's that myth?
I know which one you're talking about. It has to do.
The guy.
Yeah, it was with like a yogi. He wanted to be enlightened. It was an enlightenment story, and he was talking about how he embraces death, the reminder of life. So he walks through life acting like and visualizing in his mind that he's got a sword hanging over his head by a piece of spider silk that'll snap at any time, and that's the end of his life.
But I mean,
Yeah,
spider silk is really strong.
it is. But at the same time, once that shit snaps, you're done. Like, sword comes down, that's the end. And I think people don't like feeling that somebody else is in control of that for you. It's one thing to give it up to faith and, like, divine intervention if you're a believer in that, but my child, who I am responsible for, the government can come knock on my door and drag him to war. And I can't do anything to stop that. And if I try to, I'm going to jail.
Yeah, that's crazy. And like,
I wouldn't care.
why would
Take
they?
me.
Yeah, take me to jail, right? Like, why do they let people do this? And like, whose other kids are taken? Like, how's the selection process being done?
Right. I'm sure no senators or governors or mayors or congressmen, none of their kids are going.
And if they are going, they're gonna make a whole big deal about it.
Exactly. So I think that at least what I'm seeing in a lot of these chats, a lot of the discords, a lot of the forums, is as people are realizing that there's somebody else that's controlling the fate of their life, whether it's financial, economic, legal, that there's this form of control that they have literally no say in, even though there's this illusion that they do. When that veil starts to come down, it's like, okay, now I know this is an illusion. Your whole mindset changes at that point. And I see that across all these people in these Discord chats where they're like, this sucks. I want to do something to fix this. So
we got to do something to fix this. That's why we started doing these puzzles, and I feel like that's what they've been leading us to, is like the knowledge or the understanding on how to move forward, because there's a lot of things going on that nobody really has any idea what's going on. And
I agree with you, man. I think these puzzles are designed to bring together groups of people with a certain mindset.
Yeah, definitely.
Get them to work a lot of people. I mean, it's definitely no coincidence that people end up with a lot of similar views and feelings about it.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence at all. It's just like, I think what we've all been looking for is what's the greater purpose in the endeavor, and like, what's the end game? Because that's what he was talking, or that's what you were talking about before, Chen. You were like, what's the flipping end game in this whole thing? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this, and what's for? Like, sevens is cool in my book because I got a spear. I felt like I had a really good journey and stuff, and they say that there's a lot more to come, but like, ultimately there's so much other bullshit out there that you got to deal with when attacking this, at least in the way that I've been attacking it, which a lot of people are going to say that's not the best idea, but I'm just like, at least we got a record of most of the stuff that's happened so far. And hive mind mentality was my thing. I was like, I'm gonna attack this. I'm gonna create a group of really awesome people from around the world. We're just gonna work on this shit together. No ego, no bullshit. And like, it just so happened that I was right freaking next to the first thing that came out, so I went after it. And I expected, hey, if somebody else was next to it, like, I would be expecting to say, like, drop your shit, call a day off work, whatever, go.
Yeah. But
some people didn't like that though, Chin. Like, people got pissed.
Yeah, some people were like, "Oh, I don't want to just be going out looking for gold and silver and whatever." Like, no, we were like, it's about the puzzles. But if they're telling us to go out and find something, it's because something that we have is important to later on in the story. And it's like that letter that I have. That letter that I have has been sitting safely and quietly, but like, it's been deciphered at least, but we know that there's still an encryption on it, and like, you can tell from some lines and stuff that's on the page. And like, I tried to run it through a small black light and I couldn't get anything to come up, but like, I want to keep moving on that, except for a lot of people seem to have just kind of forgotten about it. Like, we got so much stuff that got thrown at us all at once that it's hard to realize which is real, which is false, or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with conflicts and ideology with people.
For sure, I totally agree with that.
And it's hard. Like, my wife is she's a coach. Like, she
like a life coach?
Coaches everybody. Yeah, like, she coaches everybody. Like, people. It doesn't matter what the problem is. But
have you seen that show Billions?
Billion? No, is that like on Showtime or something?
Yeah, dude, the show's awesome. I don't even watch television, dude, but that's hands down one of the greatest shows I've ever seen.
Really? I keep hearing, I watched like Gotham and Flash were like the two series that I got into most.
The Flash.
Because
I watched a lot of them.
Yeah, I'm a comic book junkie, man. I'm like diehard, like true diehard fan of superheroes and supervillains. But she is everything. Like, I'll give you an example. I want you to think about right now while we're talking, taking a big fucking lemon and jamming that shit in your mouth.
Oh my god, that would suck.
From that, does your mouth water?
Like, you have physical reactions to that.
That's right, but yet nothing actually happened. It's just a very simple, elegant way to demonstrate the power of thought.
Right, and like how to break paradoxes and shit.
Yeah, because another example, if you're driving down the road and you're having a fantastic fucking day, if you no problems in the world, you're singing, you're fucking driving, and everything's cool. Some dick cuts you off. Nothing happened to you. You're still driving. Your car is still okay. You're still okay. You're still on the same road. The rest of your day before that hasn't changed because it's in the past. Yet everything about your current moment from 5 seconds ago is completely fucking altered and different. And it's purely a mental condition. Like if that guy cut you off and you were like, oh, I guess he's got somewhere important to be.
Yeah,
totally different about how the rest of your day goes from that point forward versus what a fucking asshole, dick. And then you're trying to cut him off or get up on his rear end.
Yeah.
Shows how powerful a mindset can be in dictating behavior and action. And that's a big problem for a lot of people because these ideologies, these belief systems are so ingrained that it's hard for them to let go of it. Like the left-right paradigm. I don't give a fuck what somebody's political belief is. You left-right, I have a lot to learn from the left just as much as I do from the right.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot to learn from everyone.
Yeah, so I don't get caught up in when people want it. Like if somebody else gets pissed off because I or a liberal idea, like I can get mad because they're mad, or I can just simply look at it and say, okay, well, obviously this person has a very passionate opinion about it, but it doesn't affect me. I'm not attached to the outcome of what they think.
Yeah, dude. I don't like. I'm open to anyone's views, and it's weird, like because some people just like immediately are super offended,
right,
over nothing. You know what I mean? Like,
or they call you nonstop on the phone when they can obviously just look on
I mean,
your stream.
just because you have a different point of view should never it's like seems like now it's like it's being promoted that if somebody doesn't agree with you, you should automatically hate them.
Yeah, because it's a very quick and easy way to create more divisiveness than just between two groups. I mean, it's corny and cheesy, right? The adage, united we stand, divided we fall, but it's true.
Yeah.
We unite for a purpose. Anytime they unite for a purpose, shit changes.
And dude, I really, are you familiar with what atrazine does to frogs?
No.
So, there's massive amounts of atrazine in our water system. And, there's been tons of scientific studies that show, the effects of a male frog in particular. Atrazine causes those frogs to transform into female, change genders.
That's crazy. That is absolutely nuts.
And I mean, if you think about it, the government by far wants, that's all they do is create division between people. So people aren't united. But I also feel like they're trying to feminize in a way men in this country because like with no strong men, you know, there'll be nobody to like stand up for, you know, what's left of our country.
Well,
And
yeah,
that's not to say that like
beta
women
male
don't have
shit.
a voice either, you know, like before some fucking crazy SJW snowflake fucking flies off the handle about the fact that men might be strong. Like, that has nothing to do with fucking anything.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the whole conversation, obviously.
It just happens to be that men are good at certain things, women are good at certain things. Doesn't mean they can't be good at both of the same things. It's just human nature and biology that determines that. Big fucking deal.
Yeah, and I mean,
but
genetics and environment are two of the biggest dictators of people's behaviors.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an amazing fact. I didn't know that about the atrazine.
Yeah. Shit's crazy, man. And, you know, like, I worked in agriculture for years, man. Like, I mean, like, atrazine is used on fucking everything. Everything.
Not when I did agriculture. I did everything fucking 100% organic when I lived in California.
Yeah, I have my own garden.
Oh, I had a...
And I haven't drank tap water for fucking years. I don't even touch that shit. And honestly, like, I never have. I guess I've just been really fortunate that, you know, even as a child, like, my parents always, like, we had water delivered to our house. Always.
Kind of have to.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of people don't. And, you know, just all the bullshit that they put in water. I mean, fluoride, all that shit's fucking terrible.
The fluoride by itself is, I mean, I can go off on a long rant about that. Like, fluoride is unnatural to your body.
My old roommate was, I can't even think of the damn, an epidemiologist. You know, like, so they study, like, the spread of disease and shit like that. She worked in, like, our university here's cancer department. It's, like, world-renowned, like, very well-regarded for, like, their research on cancer. And one of the waterways, that's, I don't know, maybe about 120 miles from me.
Whoa.
In this river, like, you know, like, we found out that a bunch of people were getting sick because they had, like, they buried toxic waste in the ground. And it leached out into the water table. And all these people were getting sick. You know, it's like Aaron Brockovich type shit. You know, like, there should be a massive lawsuit against whatever corporation or people decided to bury a bunch of toxic shit in the ground. But I actually had my roommate pull up all of the data that she had, like, from, you know, like, from the cancer research section. You know, you can, like, overlay population statistics on maps and shit. It's color coded. You know, you can see, like, where all these reported cancer cases were. And dude, like, the shit was just soaked red. And it just followed the water line. I mean, it was as clear as day. Like, I mean, it's not a coincidence that shitloads of people are dying and getting sick from cancer. And it's all, you know, immediately geographically located where all this toxic waste was buried.
No surprise.
And nobody does anything about it.
Yeah, because
that's what's crazy.
At the end of the day, right? The saying "follow the money" is probably one of the best pieces of advice that could ever be passed on to, like, from one generation to the next, at least in today's world. Like, look at Monsanto, right? Monsanto, the only reason that they were given the go-ahead to move forward with genetic modification in the United States was because of, what's his name? Rumsfeld. Rumsfeld was head members of Monsanto, and then when he moved into a position of power, he influenced the FDA to look the other way, and agriculture away from Monsanto so that they could pass all the patents and get all the shit that they wanted so that they could do, you know, genetically modified food.
Whew.
Yeah, so there's it's always, I mean, I'm not against money. Like, I do believe that there should be something of value that equates to people's, that shows and represents people's worth. And so that you have a simpler means of making exchanges of business and et cetera. But the way that money influences, the FDA, like you said, thousands of people, possibly more, dying just because somebody was paid to look the other way. And then it comes from money, a place of money, not for the common interest of people. But, it seems like there's two camps of people, right? There's like a group of people who are completely about self. They have no other purpose than to enrich and do for self. It's for other people. And there's a profound difference between them. Like, wanting to help people solve puzzles, right? You're giving something to people without expecting anything in return.
Exactly.
And yet people will give to you in return because you're giving to them in very simple means. So
I agree. And I'm here. I'm just going to go on mute for a second.
Cool. I'm still here.
Sure.
I just had to go on mute for a second.
So when you think about it, like the money to be able to create that kind of influence, that money by itself can be placed above the value of human life. That's what's shitty. That's what I think is where a lot of people want to see something.
Something different, something.
Carving out that path, it's not an easy one. I mean, look at how much, like, you guys, I'm sure, I almost everybody that I talk to on Discord firmly believes that there's an existence of aliens, right? That people...
Definitely. Like, there's definitely...
The government... Right? You believe it, I believe it. We've all seen, like, enough evidence, I think, whether it's inferred or coincidental. There's enough out there that says, like, yo, something's up. The 1600s, before anybody had any concept of something flying in the air, where they were drawing pictures clearly of some shit going down in the sky. And it wasn't meteors, it wasn't shooting stars. They drew like pictures of objects that were moving from one point in the sky laterally, horizontally, in all different directions.
Yeah, and they were doing crazy shit. Like, it's not normal for sure.
No, and they were very clear what they wrote. They were like, they had flames coming out of them. There were beams of light shooting across the sky at night, making it look like day. It's like, okay.
You're like, wait, what? Okay, what are these things? And then,
it was like a whole fucking town.
Yeah, the whole town was saying the same damn thing. You're like, what's going on?
Yeah. And that's going back, 400 or 500 years ago. So then you have the cave drawings and the paintings. Now, I have to tread carefully here because it's information that like really kind of point. It's not that I'm worried about who knows who I am, but I do try to preserve a little bit of anonymity. Uncle, my great uncle, worked for NASA, and he was a very high-ranking individual with NASA for a very long time. So much so that when he died, you can still find
information about
videos of his name going across the bottom of television screens because he was highly respected. He was one of the head engineers for the Apollo project, and was also the lead on several other initiatives. And he passed away a long time ago, but he passed along information-wise because he couldn't say, give details about what he did or didn't know. It was just that shit is real. And he wouldn't, not really any stories that he could tell, just that he knew that they were real. And having worked at NASA, like my family took that very seriously from him before he died.
Well, yeah, obviously, if he said some shit like that, you got to take him seriously.
Yeah,
he's there. He wouldn't be
it's
messing
been one
with
of those
the whole
inner
family.
conversations. Yeah, no, he was a very serious, like he was in a high-ranking military official.
That is fucking
So he took shit very
insane, bro. That's awesome.
It's not a joke, but it's like a running thread, like was for a long time in my family in conversation, about that he worked there and he couldn't tell anybody. But having said that, just that one statement that he said to my grandmother, who then, told my grandfather, who then told, my mother and my aunt and the rest of the family, and it kind of carries on from there. And so that being injected to my life, like I've always been drawn to that
aspect
of things.
Yeah, me too.
And
I mean,
I can tell you from just research, there's definitely something to it.
Sounds like
I'd love to know what.
2-6 off. Thank you. So a couple things. One, we're not the only ones. Like obviously from an alien perspective, but there's a lot of shit that's us that people see that is not alien. In fact, from what I've come to understand, probably 95% of the shit that people see is not alien in origin. It's us. Yeah, it's definitely us. Because there's been enough data collected over the years from people who do, like, because of the internet. You now have access to flight logs. You have access to FAA warnings. You have access to postings from the military that say, no fly zone for, 50 miles up. It's like, okay, I can understand 60,000 feet, maybe even 100,000 feet to say no fly. But you put a restriction on 50 miles above, that's orbit. You know what I'm saying?
Like, why do you have restrictions up there in the first place? Seems
People
very
who take
awkward.
pictures, they catch it, and then that a lot of things can be dismissed right away. Like, okay, this was a plane, this was this, but the Phoenix lights, they claim that it was flares being dropped off the planes. Well, the Majestic 12 documents.
Yeah, and
very controversial.
Yeah, there's
Dude, how do you fly 50 miles up if the Earth is flat, bro?
Bro, there's no way that you can be able to make it up there if it's flat, son.
Right.
Dude,
but there's definitely some interesting shit out there.
Dude, I don't understand the fucking flat Earth thing whatsoever.
I don't either. I can get it from some perspective, like that there's things that people will, as theory, like things that can't be explained. It's like trying to argue a negative. There's not really a whole, disprove that the Earth is flat. It's like, no. You're asking me to disprove something that's everybody else is. You prove that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, you
show evidence flat out that it's flat. Don't sit there and tell me that it's flat and just say because it is. And it can't be.
I mean, dude, it's just all logical fallacies, like the things these people say. I mean, if you listen to them, they'll just say this is irrefutable proof, and you can't deny this. They're already that's like a form of persuasion in a way. They're already telling you that you know something when
theory stuff,
providing zero evidence to support that.
So here's some interesting tidbits, right? If you look back in history at the time that the theory of the Earth was flat, and then you start looking at, okay, well, what did they actually do to prove that it wasn't? To look externally to the Earth and see the natural formation of things in space. If you just watch and see what happens, you'll find that if you can locate a single object in space that is flat, because
dude, that's so funny because I was thinking about this today, and I was like, So what are all the other fucking planets?
Right.
Yeah, see, like, what are the other fucking planets? Are they flat? Are they discs?
Like,
or
we
what?
just happen to be the only one in the entire solar system that's fucking flat.
In the entire visible galaxy that we can look at, every object that we see is spherical.
I mean, dude, like, and like they talk about all these things, like, dude, well, NASA, dude, so what? Who gives a fuck?
That is true.
Exactly, like, they kind of have to. Doesn't mean it's flat.
They do. And that is true. They do. They actually have a department. They have a department where all photography, video, all the feeds that are done by NASA, and everything. So they record it all and they put it all away. But they'll take specific shots and they'll either wipe out certain things, they'll recompose them on a different background. There was a guy that closure seminar that happened like, I don't know, 8-10 years ago, and in front of Congress, where all those military officials got up and spoke, and there was a guy that worked in that department specifically and snatched a couple of items that he took out with him that nobody knew about. His job, that's all he did every day for years and years, was go into this room and go through any new shots, any new archive photos, satellite photos, telescope photos, and scrub them. They would be sent through to the proper channels within NASA and the government, but as far as the archives, to what was revealed to the public, none of that shit was ever allowed. A little bit of insight into how some of this stuff works. You know, like the Majestic 12 documents, you know, very difficult to disprove them. A lot of people have tried, but just as much as you can disprove, you can prove.
I'm not familiar with that.
Get into that shit. Holy shit. I found those documents, just FYI, I found those documents probably about 17 years ago when I was doing type shit, a little more gray hat type hacking. And a similar group of friends like this where we were in a chat, we went out prying around on a couple different servers, and somebody dug this shit out and published it like immediately. They didn't even hesitate for a second.
They just went through it.
And posted it immediately and was like, yo, you all have to see this shit. And they knew that by circulating it quickly, it would be impossible to contain it entirely. So eventually these documents, after being floating around on the internet for a little while, caught Stanton Friedman's attention.
Who?
Going through them. Stanton Friedman's like one of the renowned ufologists in the world. He used to be a Berkeley physicist.
I still didn't hear you. Like, you just cut out.
Stanton Friedman.
Okay.
In those documents to determine the legitimacy of them. And he worked with a whole, like, ton of different groups to look at the paper, to look at the typewriter print, to look at the handwritten notes, to examine the hand, the fingers of the person who was holding the book open when he took the pictures with microfilm. So basically what it was is photographs of documents that were archived somewhere by a group called Majestic 12 or MJ12. And this is one of the documents that was found. It was formed by Eisenhower and Truman after Roswell and because of Roswell. What the fuck we're dealing with, and we need a group of the smartest, most intelligent people in the world. And on the list, at least allegedly on the manifesto for the people that were involved, was Oppenheimer, Einstein, and I think 5 or 6 other very well-known, high-ranking people in military and science.
All over the place. Yeah, one of you guys' voices, I guess, is messed up in the stream.
Is it? Is it me?
I think it might be you.
I mean, it's gotta be you. I haven't been talking that
much. It's probably me. Hold on a second. I can put it. Let me grab my headphones. But those documents, find them online, are still out there. They've been old for years. But Stanton Friedman believes in their legitimacy to an extent. And so do a lot of other people. And the language in the book for somebody to just have conjured up and made up on their own, and
To what?
too difficult to have made up on their own. Meaning that you have to have forged these documents, you would have had to have had an authentic signature from genuinely handwritten, at least in these documents. So you would have had to have somehow forged a president or a general's signature at the time of making these documents, which, okay, that's fine, that's believable. The groups, the people that were involved, the way that they were traced, research and said, okay, what was the book that this dude took pictures of? And the book was the training manual for the responders of people who worked at airfields, people who were in the military, if they were called into or a craft of some kind, or dispose of debris, or recover bodies, all the instructions on how to do that were in this book. And he went page by page and took photos of it, and that's what was part of the Majestic 12 documents.
Yeah, those MJ12 documents were crazy. Like, honestly, there was a ton of information about it, and
Does
and
he
it
have
kind
a
of.
link to these?
Oh man, there's just like a ton of them everywhere. If you just look up Majestic 12, dude, rabbit hole for days. There's tons of shit out there. I mean, it's all over the place.
Yeah, but I want to see the real shit, and I'm not finding it right away.
You'll find them. If you want, you'll see the original copies of the documents. I think there was at one point, they put up a dedicated site to it that had the original documents. Look at that. It's on the FBI site.
I didn't click that link. I saw that. I skipped over it.
The FBI wrote in big black letters on certain documents, bogus, and redacted a whole bunch of shit on other documents. But of course, you're going to get things like that. And actually, these aren't the original documents that I remember.
They're not?
Here
There's like a ton of them.
There's actually a site dedicated to this.
The Majestic 12. Really, it's like every time you get into these like argument, or you get people into these sections, it's funny. Somebody in my chat has been calling me like nonstop on Google Voice, trying to get me to open a dill virus called Cakes 3301.
What?
I mean, how dumb do you think I am?
Oh, you can open it. Just spin up a VM that's not connected to anything. Trash it when you're done.
That's what I did.
Decompile the code.
I looked at it. No, I just threw it in the compiler immediately, and then I was just like, "Oh wow, real funny."
What was it?
It was pretty big. It was a pretty ingenious. It was like the original file was only like 44 KB, but it like extracts out to be in like 4 gigs.
Oh, nice.
So it's like it's some fucking Matrisoka, or it's like some MKV hiding shit within shit, because it was like a ton of zips, and then like they broke it down into a bunch of other zips.
That's some crazy compression if it's only 4 KB.
44. The file starts out to be at 44 KB, and then it just gets bigger. But like you can go explore it through, so all you got to do is really open it up into a RAR Explorer. You don't want to make sure that you're running, you don't want to open that part. But I'm like, you know what? That's kind of weird.
What kind of virus is it?
It's like a dill virus. It's like a dill injection. I mean, it's a
Dill?
.dl. It's a .dll.
Oh, a DLL. Those are.
Dude, what the fuck is that on the 7 site?
What are you talking about?
It's been updated.
That URL, the XYZ one?
It's been updated for a while.
I hadn't seen that.
It's been updated for a while, but they said that it was going to be, they're going to be doing what you call, damn, I keep hearing myself in somebody else's mic. It's weird.
Did we get anything off that?
Besides the headers of the images, no.
That first image, I started to look at these the other day. They have EXIF file properties, which I thought was weird.
Were they accurate?
Yeah, like I ran EXIF viewer on it, and like the amount of data that it had, like I mean, dude, like there's so much information about these images. It's just like an abnormal amount of information, like metadata for a file like that.
Did you guys already get the star.mp3?
Yeah, we got the star.mp3. You know, I'm actually pulling it up right now. It says that it was shot with the Canon PowerShot G2 7mm aperture, June 11th, 2003.
I forgot to check the date. Like I just wanted to Google that date. I forgot to look at see what. I always like to see what happened on that day.
Actually, think about this here. I was looking at this information for it, and it says 44. It says the thumbnail itself is all like deferred and shit. So there's actually probably something hidden in there.
There's what?
There might be something hidden in there.
Probably.
That's really cool.
In the image?
Yeah, in the image. I mean, the other two, they actually have space, but the first one doesn't. Yeah, it's weird. Woo! Wow, I keep on hearing my voice repeating somebody's voice. Shit, this is weird.
Yeah, I hear it. It's an echo.
I think we're all echoing.
Why are we echoing?
Yep.
That's super weird, guys.
So we can hear each other's echo too.
Hey, Chin, have you ever seen the Primer fields?
Primer fields?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound familiar.
Oh boy. I'm sending it in the group.
Primer fields.
Just whenever you get some free time, watch that. It's a new theory. Well, it's not new necessarily, but you don't really see anybody talking about it. It was a study that was done, a physics study that was done at CERN. And basically, this guy was doing a lot of work with magnetic domes in vacuums, and he's able to replicate pretty much any occurrence that happens in space. Like, can replicate the any type of supernova, nebulas, all these different star features and shit. You can replicate any of it in this vacuum.
Huh. You know that space isn't actually a vacuum, right?
Yeah, space is like a field of hydrogen or whatever.
Yeah, there's definitely a field that there's a force that permeates space. Because how do through gas, they have resistance through gas. You don't just have the vacuum, the gaps between these particles in space that photons continue to fly through. And there's magnetic fields. I mean, for example, look at black hole. Supposedly light, right, can travel through the vacuum at a specific speed, never interrupted. It travels in a straight line. We can look out into the distance of space and we can see a star that was there from 4 billion years ago, except it's not there, it's moved now. Which it sent the light. We're seeing it come to us now. Thing can affect light, right? You can't move light with a magnetic field, but you can with gravity. You can with a black hole.
Yes, you can.
That's the bending of space, but yet black holes will actually eat light. It doesn't just bend the light like around it. Light will disappear into a black hole only to come out as a different form of light, like an X-ray or gamma rays. So there's a missing law that's there still. I mean, they still don't fully understand what gives rise to gravity, but I want to share something with you guys when I was like deeply immersed in this field, as well as like this had to do with all the alien shit. Aliens are real, right? If they're visiting us and they're legit, and some percentage of this is something that we're seeing in the sky is them, then obviously there's some concept of technology or otherwise that we're missing, or maybe we're not. But there was a guy who worked with the ESA, European Space Agency, and they did a test. This was probably about 15 or so years ago, but called the gravito-electric London moment, or the gravito-magnetic London moment. And the reason it's called that is because using magnetism, they were able to warp with this experiment, and they repeated it many, many, many times to show that it wasn't a flaw or a fluke in the measurements.
What's it called again?
The gravito-electric, gravito-magnetic London moment, because electricity and magnetism go hand in hand. But it was the only experiment that actually gave rise to an instance where they could see a visible effect on gravity. And the way that they did it was they spun this disk, super cooled, magnetic, superconducting disk, really fucking fast. So as they did so, they've shown experiments that something above it will become, will weigh less. Laser that would basically tag this one spot on the disk as it was turning. And the laser would reflect back, and if it reflected back exactly as it was supposed to, like boom, boom, point A to point B, there was no influence on gravity. But if the laser moved a slightly different angle, then that demonstrated that there was a field of gravity that had been altered with the light.
Oh, that's crazy.
It wasn't much.
Not much, but there was something.
Took was to show that it could be done repeatedly, and it demonstrated that there was, to them in that experiment, some type of unknown link between gravity and magnetism. And not just magnetism, circular fast magnetism, and spinning in one direction. So when they took the same disk and spun it the other way, it had to spin it in the same direction as what they believe flowing. So if the electrons were flowing clockwise, which is what they believe is the tip, like there's a specific behavior to it. I can't remember what it's called. It's like the Dvorak spin, I think is the name of it. But basically by spinning this in the same direction enhances that overall magnetic effect, because magnetism is just the electrons spinning around the atom. And then when you lock the atoms together and make the electrons spin together in the same direction, you go from microscopic magnetism to macroscopic. So all they did was continue to enhance that by adding more electrons, more electricity, spin it faster, make it cold. And when they finally hit that point, it gave rise to artificial gravity in a lab. And it was blown up all over the interwebs and the science community, and then just fell off the fucking map. Like nobody talked about it again after that.
That's kind of weird.
But my fascination with that was because, like, we see these sort of indirect links between how gravity behaves versus how magnetism operates. Like there's similarities to be drawn between them, such as the inverse square. For the further the distance is, the square is proportionate to the strength of the field. So you see that in gravity and you see that in magnetism, but there's no definitive link. Newton and many other scientists believe that there was, just they couldn't prove it.
Or maybe it's like the gravitation or whatever. Gravimetric fit.
Yeah, so if you have enough, I think my opinion is this: if you have just a couple of atoms, right, and you stuff them together inside of lead or neodymium, and you arrange them, you get a magnet. Now, if you go across the Earth, you'll find that there's spots that are more magnetic than others. When you add up all the aggregate magnetic properties of the entire planet Earth and the fact that it's spinning, why is it that some things that spin faster have stronger gravity? More gravity. It's because whatever electrical properties they possess is in the building blocks of the atoms themselves. How they're arranged is whether it gives rise to a stronger form of magnetism or a weaker form. Which is why magnetrons and supernovas have such incredibly strong both magnetic and gravitational fields. But yet you don't find, like, nobody wants to cross that line. All the research that's out there, it's like they stop just short of that and they're like, nope.
That's crazy.
Because it undoes a whole bunch of other physics if you do say that the two are unified. My opinion, I think they are. I think they're one and the same. Named Searle. I don't know if you guys ever heard of him.
Dude, he just actually came out with them, the Searle magnetics and the SEG.
Yes.
I was just looking
Close
at
to
stuff
20 years.
this morning about it. Like 20 years of freaking work, and he finally got it to work, and it like works. It is some of the most amazing something other that I've ever seen so far.
What is it?
It's like this Searle magnetics. Like it's the spatial effect. And it's like the SEG that Searle Magnetics designed. It's like this machine that they're going to be making new ones of. For a pretty penny you can get one for yourself, but basically it like generates its own magnetic field and does electricity, but it's not affordable.
It's a frictionless. It's a frictionless magnetic rotor motor. It basically has cylinders of magnets that are stacked in a certain way with neodymium and a couple other materials that are interesting. We'll put it that way.
There's a guy on my server that's written his book about his theory of the universe. I haven't read it yet, but I wanted him to. He'd be interested to hear all the stuff.
And there's been a lot of like stuff from the Keshe Foundation in the USA with the plasma stuff that they're working on.
Yep, that's also another project. Yeah, that's been looking at alternate energy. There's also what was the name? Black something. They've been working with a form of hydrogen.
Are you familiar with quantum dots?
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, you're talking about from like processing like qubits?
Actual quantum dots would be cool though.
Like we can't even. Quantum is still theory. Yeah. Like the measurements that we have taken from like CERN, where we can detect things from it, really immersed in theoretical physics.
What do you think about CERN? Like, what have they been? I mean, like I've read a lot about like a lot of things they've done there, but
they're very interesting what they're doing. But what befuddles me is that the law of physics, that's the observer effect, that if you alter the composition of the experiment simply by observing it, because the instruments to observe are invasive.
Right. Which
they're actually seeing.
The thing is, any sort of experiment that you do, the fact that you're actually doing the experiment is, instant observation. So, like, how do you do an experiment without the effect of observation?
Well, right.
You can, dude.
You can't. It's a paradox.
Right.
And to measure it, there are ways that you can avoid that. Like in contained experiments, if you're doing things like visual detection, where you're just picking up emissions. But if you're actually going in to measure something, you have the other laws of physics. Like you can't know the speed, the velocity, or the angular direction of something or the other when it comes to like the electron and where Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Yeah.
Like we still have that. We still don't know exactly how to track the movement of an electron. We watch and observe by certain emissions, things that come off of it. Like we beam an electron into an atom and it bounces off. And based on the direction that it bounces off, as we keep doing it, it's like a way to trace it from the outside. Like you can't really see it. you sort of can, but the scanning electron microscope is just beaming an electron at it and then refracting off and picking up where it
went.
And yeah. And as a result, it's able to kind of dot. Sure.
Do different observers affect electrons differently?
Well, yeah. If you're
because I know like it's I guess like it's just like whoever measures something, like it's always like where they think it's going to be, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's and again, a lot of it's predictive based on calculated math. Very heavy theoretical physics. The CERN stuff, the thing that I think that's interesting about them is that they, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get to a place where they can actually make a unified model. Because that's the plague of physics. That's like the holy grail that's been haunting them forever. Is they can't come up with a unified theory. They can't bridge the quantum to the standard model. To the standard model that start to fall apart when you look at cosmological scale. So they're constantly striving to like connect and bridge these pieces of understanding and come up with and there's scientists that are out there that have come up with unified models, but yeah. There's also another one that it's more based on string theory, but it basically says that everything is a vibration. All energy, every form of it, every aspect of it is some matter is vibrating. And in essence, it's all waves. That theory behind it is that if you look at the reason why, and this is kind of hard, I'd have to draw it to kind of illustrate it, but try to imagine it. This is a bad analogy, but try to imagine if you were looking at and directly at you, but it's spiraling, right? Now, you can't, from the front, you're not going to recognize the turning of the bullet.
You're not going to be able to see it.
Right. So now, take that analogy first.
Coriolis effect?
No. This is totally different. This is like, I'll try to find the link of the guy who came up with this theory, because it's completely based on like the whole universe just being vibrate, like plucked strings. Like he analogizes it as like the whole universe is a series of guitar strings that are like stretched infinitely thin and laid on top of each other. And frequencies and vibrations are moving through these strings at all times and interacting with each other, where one string causes a vibration and another string causes, and that the whole universe is operating on this model. And so here's a better way of looking at it. If you were to take a corkscrew, right, of the corkscrew, it looks like a wave. Same corkscrew, and you look at it dead on in front of your face, it's going to look like a circle. So depending on how you're viewing the observing of the wave it, you see it as a wave. In another aspect of it, you see it as a particle. Because it's the particle that we see as this round shape, this bubble of electrons and neutrons, or a photon, as a circular packet of energy. We look at it from the front and we see it as a particle. We look at it from the side, we see it as a wave.
Wow.
So that's why the double slit experiment was such a big deal, because it showed that if I shine a beam of light through these two slits, it doesn't, like, the light will go through both sides simultaneously. Particle that goes to one side and not the other because it's a photon. But that's not what happens. The beam of light splits through the two slits. When it's received on the other end of the atom, or your eyeball, or whatever it is that's receiving it, it's received as a photon, as a particle. And the interesting thing about that aspect of physics is that it's received by hydrogen. So if you have a hydrogen atom that emits things, try to picture the electron spinning around the atom, right? It's whipping around it really fast. If that thing emits a beam of light, packet of light that goes out, as the electron is moving, it's changing energy state from a higher level to a lower level. So it's emitting process, which that comes out in the form of a corkscrew, because it's turning in an angular fashion. So if I was taking a laser beam and holding it in my hand and turning it in a circular fashion, lines on is going to look like a circle. And you're going to see what looks like, if I do it perfectly, it'll look like I'm shining a particle on the wall. But from the side, it's not going to look like that. It's going to look like a straight beam of light. The concept of that is that as the electron is spinning and it emits this photon, or this quanta of light, it's doing so in a way that it's corkscrewing. And that corkscrew effect is what gives the perception of a wave. From the front, depending on how you observe it, you don't see the wave. You see the outer spin, the corkscrew, coming toward you. And as that's spinning at the speed of light, you can't differentiate that as a particle or a wave. Can affect the energy state of another hydrogen atom. Beams of light, the frequency at which light is emitted and received, can only be emitted and received by the same particle. That seems interesting to me if it was actually a particle.
Exactly, but it's both.
To the aspect of everything being a vibration. Like, I can see that. I don't necessarily subscribe to it as like, yes, that's the absolute way.
I've always kind of looked at it, like they talk about, wave gravitation, and it's like, when the light hits something, that's when the gravitation of the wave happens, and that's when it changes from a particle to a wave. So is it like, is the particle in the other, is the particle in the antimatter universe coming out into the other side of the universe, and then, like, is it switching, like, is that refraction creating like another, universal, or going into another universal, like, mirror, like, it's what I always kind of wondered, because, like, time is kind of like a bunch of mirrors spinning around the same planet, so technically, all the shards of this one mirror are all part of the same one thing, but, like, depending on where you are at in the shards of time depends on, what you're seeing and what you're going to be interacting with, and that could explain a lot about what people are missing or, not seeing half the time.
Yeah, man, there's still a lot of unknown shit that science can't explain. And that's what I love about science, is it claims to be so precise and so exact, yet it's been rewritten so many times over and over again. All these beliefs have been changed, or, in sometimes a very brutal, rapid fashion. It doesn't always happen in, like, months, years of research like it's been lately. And the shitty thing lately is, because I have several friends that are in academia, and they're not mandated or required to espouse a specific belief, but they're paid under the premise of, hey, we have this grant money. and we need to produce a report that shows blah. And if we don't do this, then we don't get more grant money. You're, no longer a professor. You're no longer a research fellow. And they do this a lot. So a lot of the scientists, they produce reports that they're kind of two-faced in a way. It's like a way of them saying that I'm going to fulfill the obligation of giving the information to this paper without damning the future research into the other aspects of this that I can't write about.
Why can't they write about it?
Well, I'll give you a perfect example. The Vostok ice cores, right? Lake Vostok. You guys heard of that?
No.
In the Antarctic?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like they've been digging in there and trying to figure out what the fuck is in that lake for the longest time. But the kicker is that a shit ton of ice cores from the Lake Vostok and Antarctic area. And this is before the whole global warming debate kicked off, right? And if you take the same graph that was in all the hockey stick graphs, that were made fun of from the global warming thing, out over the course of 800,000 years, which is what the Vostok ice cores go back to. They go back roughly about 800,000 years. It shows unequivocally, without any doubt whatsoever, that temperature always rose before CO2 did.
That's true.
In direct correlation to temperature going up first. And they have tried to knock the research on it, as you wouldn't even believe how far they've gone to try and do it. And it's still, to this day, it stands up to it. The only thing they can do is reduce the time frame. They can't say that it didn't happen first. They still have to say, yes, temperature rose first.
Temperature rose first.
1,000 and 1,500 years. Now they're like, oh, well, it was more like 200. Okay, but it still came before. It doesn't negate that.
Right.
Yet you have the EPA, the federal government, going to colleges and institutions saying, we'll fund you. We'll give you $1 billion to research this is how it's framed up. We'll give you $1 billion to research how man is contributing to global warming. So they'll write a paper that says man is contributing to global warming. Because they can't, if they say anything otherwise, the funding is cut immediately. Like they won't get another grant.
Never.
So they won't damage their credibility by doing that. Some have. There are a few scientists that have been vocal that have come out and been like, yo, this is bullshit. This data is being doctored.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how far that they'll go to do it.
Oh, yeah. And some of the people that worked inside of NASA and NOAA, they've come out and been like, I can't do this anymore. I don't care whether or not I don't get paid or whether I don't get a job. I'm done. I'll write books. But I can't lie about this anymore. And they'll come out and offer up what they know. And everything that I've seen, I actually, this was a subject, for years, I was on a kick of revealing truths, like trying to find out what the real deal was on a lot of this stuff. And with global warming specifically, I got my ass handed to me by people for a really long time because I would take them toe-to-toe with those Vostok cores on every argument. And it didn't matter how many things 97% of scientists. Yeah. 97% of scientists agreed on this? Really? Go look at the paper that they actually did to come up with that number. The 97% was out of a hand-selected group that had already contributed information giving their views on global warming. It was picked from that group of people, the 97% that agreed, which already agreed beforehand, and say that there was 97% consensus.
That's hilarious. They're like, all right, well, we'll just take the 97% and get them all to agree, and we'll be good to go. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and just write this one up.
That's exactly
the real question is, why are they doing that? Like, what's the advantage? Like, how is this advantageous to someone for wanting to manipulate this data? Like, how does that fit into their agenda?
Well, that's
Money.
what's weird. Money, power, freedom.
I mean, dude, somebody has to be benefiting from that. You know, I mean, like that's the only logical reason for why you would want to, like, yeah. I mean, like, so ultimately,
Well, let me ask you this. Here's a simple question. If you want to know who benefits from it,
right? Who benefits from that?
You've got all these laws right now, right? UN laws, United States laws, etc.
I mean, dude, the whole like premise behind like, you know, like these tax credits and all this shit for pollution and stuff, dude, like they figured out a way to monetize the fucking air.
Right.
You know, like people they're making money off of the fucking air we breathe. And nobody owns that, dude. Like how do they're making off money off something that like nobody can literally physically own.
Well, that's not true. In their Ocean's 11, that was kind of like the gig that they were saying, you know, oh, this guy owns all the air of this, or 10 floors up in Beijing or something like that, because there's people out there that do have that.
Well, think of it this way,
I mean, you're talking about like airspace. I'm talking about like literal like oxygen.
Literal air, oxygen. They're trying to actually own the oxygen. They're like, yeah, okay.
Think about it this way. You have all these laws that if you try to impose more laws on people in the current state, you know, without global warming, people are going to see that as a move to take rights away, to tax people more, right?
Right.
So how would you convince people to just deal with it? Make them feel guilty. Make people feel like they're the ones that are contributing to the world's problems and that they're the ones that have to pay to fix it. Oh, I don't want to damage the planet. You can take my taxes. You can take more money from me. I'm happy to save the planet Earth. Well, that's kind of funny because, you know, when CO2 counts were the highest ever in recorded history, they were 10 times what they are now, and the whole fucking Earth was covered in vegetation and animals.
And now it's even worse.
Now you go the other way. Yeah, go the other way when there was less CO2, where everything died. So to me, that's not a very smart idea to try and reduce the CO2. And then the next thing you know, you've now backed yourself into a corner where you're likely to die versus adapt, which is what all previous civilizations and people did before. We barely survived the last ice age.
Barely, and even then...
It was, the numbers were so, they're saying now that there was like only 10,000 humans on the planet at the time of that last ice age. Like that's damn near the brink of extinction.
That sounds like the Illuminati to me.
But to do that, like to come up with that scheme, and you get a guy like Al Gore, and he stands out there, and I looked at that hockey stick graph, man, and I was like, you know what? That's too small. Like a factual representation over a span of time where you can actually look closely and see the variation in it, the rises and falls. You know, they can't explain the medieval warming period, which CO2 was above and it was hotter, and they're like, no, that was just a glitch in measurements back then. It wasn't really that way. It was localized to this one country.
And you're like, oh, I wonder why.
Bullshit. Are you going to spoon feed us?
Yeah, like what else you got for me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's too much control in the hands of too few. And they have the ability to manipulate anything, man. They can psychologically manipulate people by the millions with the media. They've manipulated the entire food supply. Telecommunications, government.
You know, like, I think the reason we're starting to see a lot of these shifts is because, like I don't know, kind of our generation, you know, like the hackers and like that whole shift of technology, you know, like it's something that I don't think anybody could predict how to control, you know, information. And I mean, like they can try to, but like the more interconnected we all become, the easier it becomes to share, you know, information again. I don't know. It's just really interesting.
Information, like anything else, evolves.
But dude, do you remember how the internet used to be? Like it's like when like I feel like a lot of people don't realize like
Yeah, it used to be like, you know,
internet like in its
IRC boards
infancy.
and fucking message boards and BBS. It was like
Yep.
the Wild West, bro.
I mean,
It was the shit.
you can find anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it was like, you know, like I remember, you know, your parents always like fucking the internet because of all the crazy shit that's on there. Like all the old, you know, just HTML sites and all that. Like you can just find so much cool shit to just read about. You know, like I'm getting anarchist cookbook when I was a kid and stuff like that. Like, you know, like
Good old Jolly Roger.
Good old
yeah,
Jolly Roger
like they
just put it out there for everybody.
Yeah, man, that was the shit.
they just filter out everything now.
Yep. And you know what's funny is that if you want to get around Google's filtering, go to the Iceland version of Google, and you'll be fucking floored at the difference in search results that you get.
Really?
Iceland has no censorship policies at all, so they allow everything.
Huh.
They have a law that says that nobody can tamper with with their censorship shit. That they decide it, and so they have complete and total control over their internet and what's served up. And
awesome.
In their presence, they had to agree that they won't censor any of the search results. And so you can go on there and see when you search for things like Hillary Clinton emails, WikiLeaks, all kinds of shit, you'll find twice as much information on the Iceland searches than you will on the regular U.S. search.
It's crazy.
That's awesome.
That's one of my fun little hacks. Yeah, I use that a lot.
I've always used different search engines and shit, but I didn't ever know to use the Iceland version of Google.
Yeah, one of my favorite sites, dude, if you guys are...
I use DuckDuckGo a lot.
DuckDuckGo is pretty good. For news type stuff, one of the sites that I go to a lot, but I love it. I spend a lot of time on it every day. Phys.org. Phys.org.com, if you go there. Basically, like every single news story that has to do with science that circulates around the web every day. And they're pretty good about citing direct references to like Arvix.
Damn.
For most of their stuff in medical journals. So I spend a ton of time on here because there's also technology.
What's the URL again?
Phys.org?
Phys.org.
Fiz.org. Oh. I said
PHYS.
Oh.
Dude, I love this site. I stay on top of all my tech shit through that and like Wired.
It's pretty smart, actually.
Yeah, it's good. It keeps me on, especially graphene, dude. If you want to know about graphene, holy shit. This site, every article in the world about graphene is on this site. I love it.
Oh, dude, I met a kid, or I was telling you yesterday, I met a kid that made graphene in his house, man, nanomaterial lab. And then they were 3D printing circuits with that shit in a 3D printer. I mean, it was pretty amazing. It's like a filament, so there's graphene in the filament. And yeah, what's it called? The original versions of it weren't very good, but now they basically, it's like its own capacitor at some points. Like you can print a capacitor.
Yep. Dude, the stuff that they're doing with graphene is, the applications of it are fucking amazing. They're using it for everything.
Yeah, well, it's like the most versatile thing that's out there right now. There's really nothing else that's going to be...
Nope. Nothing even comes close. And it's amazing to me that Samsung is the one. I mean, I know why, but...
Yeah, well, it's because that's where the money's at. Samsung needs the money.
Some guy on the chat said that he enjoys your opinions on things, Jen, but disagrees with climate change being a hoax.
That's okay. People are free to disagree. I can agree to disagree with people. But I'm a very much a fact-based person, right? So you have to convince me with more than just speculative data. And I've seen all, like I spend time on, I don't just come on Phys.org. You know, Phys.org has articles about global warming. I go to Skeptical Science. I check there. You know, I tend to be little biased about things as possible because I do understand that there's always two sides to something. But I also apply my own personal experience in academia, in writing white papers, in basically being dictated the outcome beforehand, told that you have to write it to basically follow this, conform to this message. You find that everywhere. You find that in the corporate world and academia all over the place. And again, from my own personal views, you know, I've done my own research on, like not the global warming shit. Okay, if you're a global warming scientist, you damn well better know at least 5 to 6 areas of science in depth. You can't just be a physicist. You can't just be a chemist. Yeah. So global climate change is, I mean, okay, we can barely fucking accurately predict the weather. And I know that people will say, well, climate is over much longer scales and it's much bigger patterns. No, it's not.
We can modify
if you can't predict the weather, yeah, if you can't predict the weather next week, and next week, last year, the year before that, the year before that, the year before that, that's not an indicator that it's going to rain again next week this year. In geological timescales, you have to go back millions of years to fully understand and comprehend the patterns. You got to study tree rings. You got to study ice cores. You got to understand from a physics perspective that carbon dioxide has a certain amount of time that it holds on to its energy state to retain heat. That radiation, back radiation that comes back down to Earth from the carbon dioxide molecules have an extremely short lifespan. Surface and retain heat for days and hours and weeks. That's not how that shit works. And it's very, very easy to just read an article from somebody that publishes it online. Go read the Arvix papers like directly. Go read right from the scientists' mouths. And you'll find just as much contradiction in the global science argument, in global climate change. You'll find just as much contradiction as you will support. There's just as many scientists that shit as there are scientists that say this is legit. And there's a much stronger argument that it's legit. Showing with ClimateGate as a perfect example, factually doctored, that they had to admit to that to some extent. They later backpedaled and said, well, you know, because of this reason, we had to go change this data. I don't give a shit what you say at that point. You fucked with the data. You tampered with it.
Right.
That's corruption.
That's
Plain
corruption.
and simple.
Whoa.
Hey, Defango.
It's going to stink everywhere.
What's up?
Will you make me a mod on the chat on the stream so I can post some links?
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure,
Man, you guys would love those Vostok papers, man.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Check them out.
I'm definitely gonna read those.
Yeah, that was a game changer for me when I came across that.
Did you?
As if I don't have enough that I want to read on YouTube.
Have you typed in the chat yet?
Yeah.
Type again. Come on.
Here's the thing, right? At the end of the day, if you don't believe in global warming, should you be forced to pay a tax for it? My answer is no.
No, you should not be forced to pay a tax for it. It'd be
Nope.
ridiculous.
That's right. And I guarantee you all these people that say they believe in global climate change, when a tax is put on them and it's given to them as, well, you believe in this, now you pay this. Let's see for how long they'll pay it and how much they're willing to pay. Because I'll bet you any amount of money that shit will get real old real quick.
As if we,
I'm not paying any amount of money
as if
because
we
I
don't
breathe
pay
carbon
enough already.
dioxide. Right. Now you're going to charge me to breathe? Thanks. Charge me for my gas so I can put it in my car, that you charge me taxes on for my car and for my registration. Charge me taxes on my house, on my food. And now they want it for me breathing? You better sell my ass, like, you better show me some real convincing shit. Like, if I'm standing next to a tree.
Shit ever.
Right. Yeah, like show me a tree dying while I'm standing next to it breathing, and then I might be like, okay. Now, let me clarify something though. This is not to be confused with me don't do damage. I absolutely believe we pollute the shit out of the earth, and we do damage. Chopping down trees, deforestation is terrible.
Definitely.
All that shit is absolutely terrible. I don't agree with any of it. But to say that we convinced to the, like to try and convince me that the whole Earth's climate, because of the mere presence of people and the emission of a molecule that has been in existence for long before humans were here, long before, and not just in existence, but in such abundance that everything on the Earth, according to the science of global warming, should have burned to death and died. Yet trees, look at that time frame and see that the trees and the plants on the planet were some of the biggest that they ever were and flourished all over the place. That's
Hey, Chen, is some of the, like, do you know what the programming language is for some of this AI shit?
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. Depends on which one you're looking at. MATLabs is
generalvision.com.
OpenCV is one. Another, Python is actually becoming very popular.
Python is
C
very
Sharp.
popular. Sharp is popular.
But really,
what about Go? Does
MATLabs.
anybody do anything with Go? I know MATLAB is like the main thing. That's what my homie told me. He's like, everything happens in MATLAB.
Yeah,
I signed up there the other day.
There's some other languages too, like Lisp. I don't know if you guys have heard of Lisp.
Yeah,
That's
Lisp.
pretty popular.
Lisp is probably one of the first ones that they really started using, right?
Actually, it was one of the primary ones for a really long time. It still is. It's very popular, but they're getting better at coming up with newer language sets. So like Corellit is IBM's flavor of AI programming for their chip, but it's built on the back of MATLabs so that they can make it object-oriented. So it's got an easier programming interface for building neural nets.
Hierarchical compositional correlate programming for neuromorphic chips.
Neuromorphic chips. Yep. It's a language from neuromorphous. And
I'm on MATLab's thing right now.
Yeah, and Corellit is supposed to be like the shit. Like the only things that I would say come close to being really good for AI design, if you're really trying to do it right, I think C# is okay. It's like F# because it's functional.
That link didn't come up with anything in her.
You get back to that Turing complete thing.
Well, yeah, but they've had like the Turing complete shit for a while now, right?
Yeah, but the halting problem has been around, since Turing pretty much devised the way that the computer works, and then because of the von Neumann, 1 and 0 issue, you run into the possibility, especially with AI, this is problematic. You can run into, in simple terms, it's the computer saying maybe instead of yes or no or 1 or 0.
That's the computer thinking, and you're just like, wait, what? No!
So if you don't tell the computer, if you don't tell a function, and after the 500th time, then stop. the computer that it's running on and the program that's running, neither one of them can tell each other whether or not that algorithm will ever arrive at an answer given some infinite amount of computing power. Technically, because you may never arrive at that answer, or you may arrive at it an hour later given the proper amount of resources. So there's no way for either to know, that's why they call it the halting problem, to know when to halt unless you explicitly tell it. That can be a big problem because everything has to be, to some extent, discrete for the neural net to work, for the input to go into one neuron, come out the other side as an output and be fed as a gate into the next one, or even be fed back to itself so that it can. So the F# is good for that because it's functional, and functional programming languages, the more you get, the closer you get to a pure functional language, the harder it is to end up in those types of situations where you have infinite recursion correlate with MATLABs underneath it, and their true north architecture on that chip just kind of changes the whole game.
I mean, it's pretty ridiculous that they're getting so far into it. Now they're ballsy enough now to actually start putting it out into the public, so you know that they already got the system on lock, and they're about to take this thing to the next level. And
that's right.
We're taking ourselves to a point in time where Bitcoin, even Bitcoin, I think right now is in trouble. It's like huge trouble.
Could be.
Because what if somebody takes the time to start buying these things and does the programming? We're fucked. Or that whole thing is fucked, probably, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if you had, if you take the processing power of the AI chips and you just apply the formula of like, okay, I can take 18 NVIDIA cards and stack them against one of these, and one of these will get 100 times or 10 times, whatever the number was, the output in terms of speed and performance from one chip versus the 18 card. That's amazing. And then you think about that being paired to, now you have your iPhone. It has the typical processing, logical processing in it. And now you add this AI chip. It doesn't even have to be the full chipset. It could just be a shrunk version of it.
Yeah, even a shrunk version of it will run circles around anything.
So once that hits the market and you start to see this launch of these processors across all these different architectures that are already out there as like video cards and physics accelerators and gaming engines and all the different things that it's going to evolve into, it's just going to come unhinged quick.
Dude, you know what these chips kind of remind me of? You guys ever watch that show Chuck?
No. Chuck?
The show Chuck, it was about this regular guy who was like a computer guy like me or anybody else, and he worked at Buy More, which is like, Geek Squad at Best Buy. And it just so happened he got a laptop from somebody that had something called the Intersect on it. So like he saw this thing, and it basically embedded his mind with like all kinds of programs and shit. But the Intersect was a silicon chip that basically looks exactly like the True North and how it worked. Because it was basically like a brain programming chip. Like it could process images and sound files and wave files in a way that you could perfectly just get it. And like anybody that had the Intersect inside of them, it's basically like you could defend yourself from almost anything, and then you would get put up and like you could get turned off and on by just like day-to-day shit happening.
Well, think of the computer architecture itself, right? On a typical von Neumann 1.0 processor, like any Intel core, right? You've got a 32-bit processor. That means you've got 4 lanes that can come into each side of the processor, carrying 8 bits on each lane at whatever frequency the motherboard, the bus will carry the data from one point to the other. Even with a 64-bit processor, right? Think about the number of ones and zeros that you can cram in per second. It's, whatever the clock speed, 3.2 gigahertz of the processor, but that's clock that fast. The bus is still regulating it to a lesser speed. Yeah, so you're not ever really getting
the full speed out of it.
Yeah, you're not. And you're limited by that 16 per channel. So I can send 16 ones and zeros simultaneously at any given fraction of a second to the processor. Now, you change that to the AI processor. And instead of having, I can only ever send 8 or 16 to each side of the processor at one time along these buses, on one die, you have 16 buses instead of the 4 that you have to the processor. Each of those buses, you have any range instead of a 1 or a 0 from negative, whatever the threshold is for the voltage drop. It's like, I think it's -5, up to +5. And any variation in between. It could be a fraction, just a fraction of a volt. I have to send 8 bits simultaneously. I can just send 1 voltage to this other neuron. 7 gains or biases to these other neurons. And you programmatically construct that on the chipset itself. Larger scale, if you have event-driven architecture, you typically have like, an API. Gets a call. It says, hey, update this record. And if you're doing like a service-based architecture, typically that generates an event. This person did this thing. Here's what I want to have happen by some sort of a system, an event bus. And it gets subscribed to other services or other workers that are on the back end and pick up that data and then do something with it to a database or to update whatever the event was supposed to do. So when you think about that architecture, that requires distribution across servers, across services, across network boundaries, firewalls, all of that stuff. Every ounce of that complexity, and you now have bare metal.
That does it.
Think back to the assembly days in C++ where you're working like right to the core. You have that same capability now with a language that's completely driven off of an AI chip and off of an AI object-oriented language. But when that hits the mainstream,
it's gonna be
and
crazy.
people, nuts how fast that explodes. Because people are already chomping at the bit for it. They're just waiting.
Well, yeah, that's like the Google thing that we were talking about yesterday with the TPU or the tensor processing units that are basically just, application-specific integrated ASIC chips that they've been specifically developing for machine learning. And I don't know if anybody else remembers that, ASIC chips were the whole thing that, really brought the Bitcoin network to fruition. So you could kind of say that Bitcoin basically funded this whole AI revolution because, like they went from going from CPU to GPU to FPGA, and when FPGA weren't wasn't cutting it for them anymore, like they paid for ASICs.
Yep.
And now that ASIC technology is going all over the place. Google's been developing, and all those guys left and they have their own little company now. But no, they're not the only ones that are building TPUs, and it's an 8-bit matrix multiply system that uses a host processor over a PCI 3 bus, and it seems like holy shit, like these things are going to be super hella quick. We start adding, we take True North, we take that emotion engine, we get the tensor processing units, and we, like I was saying before, we basically have that accoutrement of building, the next Terminator. But we're really at that point in time right now in our lives where we're going to be wondering if we're going to be getting the T1000 or the Johnny 5.
Yeah, and I hate to be somber, but one of the things that I went to today for work, one of the speaking engagements had to do with what is coming as it relates to AI and bots. And some of the examples they gave of things that are already in development. These are, talks from industry analysts that are out there talking to companies and kind of probing at what they're doing. And they basically said, think of drivers and think of automated cars, right? Country drive for a living, whether it's trucks, cars, cabs, Uber. So when the automated car is fully realized, we'll be without jobs.
Yeah, there's going to be thousands of people without jobs.
Millions.
Like, that's like one of the biggest job industries across the planet. And then, even at the same time, if they're going to be making them into computerized machines, like they're not going to be having automated cars that are going to be going and filling up on petrol all the
That's
time. And
right.
if they do, the petrol that's going to be in the car is going to be specifically as an emergency feature that gets turned on, like, oh shit, we're about out of power. Let's kick on the Jenny, get to, a fill station. Like, this is the stuff that's going to be coming. And, like, all these new technologies that people are developing are, radically, wild and really cool. But, it's going to change the face of the world because the automation aspect. I remember when I worked for Walmart back in the day, like, I wrote a simple, like, program that basically allowed me to interact with the IBM Unix mainframe without having to use their specific software. So I could open up, massive amounts of connections all at once and get things done. So instead of having to use one window, I could use, like, 40 right at once if I needed to, and it was all automated. I mean, that changed their whole entire system because all these people that are working, like, the whole reason that they had so many people working is because they're all typing in, this schedule every single day. But as soon as they don't need the schedule anymore, they don't need all those people anymore. And very soon, like, with the robotic automation that's coming up, you're going to have people building robots. We're going to have robots building robots, and it's going to get crazy really quick.
Yeah.
And, like, these things, like, whoever's in control of those things is going to be in control of, basically they're going to be at the front of the frontier because, like, people can fight against people all they want, but you can't fight against robots. And I mean, if they got robots that are coming at you, you can't reason with them, even if they have some sort of emotional processing system. That emotional processing system is to identify what you're doing, not to identify or not to make the robot understand what your feeling is. So it's
Oh, that's a great point, my friend. That was actually, there was a piece written about that because they took a car, a driver in a car, and they added an AI to it, but instead of teaching the AI the rules of driving, it just said, watch the driver, observe the driver, watch everything that it does, record all this data. And the AI figured out by itself, made a mistake. This was like the climax of it all.
Did it learn how to text and drive too?
because it could probably do that pretty easily, right?
It like made a mistake, and what the creators found is that they couldn't figure out what it had learned and how it had learned it in order to lead to the mistake. Because the sheer volume of processing that it takes for the AI to make any decisions and the speed in which it needs to do it happens so fast that it can't output a reasonable way to a console, to a log file, none of it, because it's too slow. So in order to watch it and actually let it do its thing, for it to fail and then pour through all of this data to try and figure out how did it learn, like what were the things that it learned up to this point, because you can't see that because it's all self-teaching. If you're feeding bias back into it, you're telling it learn from the stuff that you're observing, not from what I'm giving to you. At that point, it's not like they know the data that's being fed to it to lead to that decision. And it raised the question during this conversation of, well, actually not the question, but it brought up the point that the expectation is in the next 10 years, within the next 10 years, we're poised already right now to see at least a 20 to 40% drop or shift. So you're going to, framed up, you're going to start to see things like drivers, right? Drivers will probably be one of the first. Once it's gone, it'll never be valuable again after that. Once cars can drive like humans and don't have accidents and don't cause,
Well, yeah.
there'll be no
What about
need.
all those? What about all those cars they just have sitting on lots? Like, I've been talking about that for a while. Be like, yo, they have all these cars that they've been building since the 1990s that all have computer systems associated with them. And, it would be not very difficult for them to, basically take that OBD1 or OBD2, connector that's available for the car. And, like most of most of the systems on your car are already, operational. And there's tons of cars right now that aren't sold that just sit in lots. And, like most people think that they're rotting, but, it's like basically that's the next fleet because people are going to, companies are going to come in and start buying all those cars that have just been sitting. Yeah, they might be older, late make and model, but I mean, it's not really going to care because they're going to make so much money off of, just carting people around. I mean, Uber's already positioned themselves for that. They're creating their own kind of car version, but obviously they're not trying to manufacture everything on their own. They're probably just trying to figure out how it's going to be most affordable to get it in as many cars as they can with the least amount of technology footprint available.
And that's just cars. What happens when bots are smarter than lawyers? What happens when you don't have to go to a lawyer anymore? You can just go to a bot.
Well, there's already
and ask
like
it a
an AI
question.
lawyer out there.
Right. As that improves and gets better, it'll eventually become so good at what it does that it will replace that understands and interprets law today. Anything that's absolute, that we can determine with absolute certainty, mathematics, physics, any of those things that you can turn AI loose on a discrete function to perform some level of advanced intelligence, usually more higher than a human, it's still fallible based on the laws of humans. Like, we still make mistakes, and the machines are only as good as the people who create them.
That's correct.
You're going to have this change, this wave that's going to come as soon as these processors really start to hit the market, where a lot of the employment industry is preparing and getting ready for how do we reskill 4 million drivers. Yeah, and change them into programmers. And their advice to anybody right now coming out of high school, all the industry analysts have 2 pieces of advice.
Be a fucking programmer.
And computer science. Find a job in computer science and make sure you are damn good at communicating, and those 2 things will help you find a job. But if you don't do that, you're pretty much guaranteed that in the next 10 to 20 years, you won't have a job. And they're even saying that programmers and engineers, they'll be out of jobs.
Yeah, you won't. Your job is only going to be viable for maybe the next 10 years. And I say that because in the next 5 years, somebody's going to, or they've already done it. There's somebody already out there right now that's working on AI that basically does your programming for you. You just tell it what you need to do, and it does all the error correcting and stuff. And once that, gets off of the ground, that's what I kind of think that Grok company's probably working on is, basically artificial intelligence, programming systems, because that seems to be the next logical step for folks like that. Because once you can do that, it doesn't really matter who you got working on there. You have a entire workforce of people that you just got shifted out of jobs, and what are they going to do? They're all going to go sit in front of a computer on a headset and basically dictate themselves to the world. And, tech, that kid was talking about, he had just made a headset that you put on, and, you can interact with the computer, read your brain waves and shit like that. And I mean, like, that's going to be the next step. I remember 10 years ago when I was working in a Walmart distribution center, the computer systems that they had were, like, unbelievable. There were these little, like, waste computers that, had lithium-ion batteries, and they had a headset, and you would talk to it, and it would learn your voice. You could interact with it the entire time. It knew exactly where you were in the entire thing. It would be able to count out, like, things that you picked up, and it even had a camera so that, no matter where you were looking, it knew exactly where you were looking, and it could tell you if you were making mistakes. I mean, this is 10 years ago.
Yep.
Or no, more than 10 years ago. This is almost 15 years ago, actually. And even then, it's just, like, crazy the amount of things that have happened with that, which, we're going to have folks that are just basically going to be sitting with, cell phones and, wearing headsets and doing their jobs. But, like, it's like what they're talking about, like the Zep Tepi or the 0 point, where, like, everybody's starting to become integrated into this technological society. And that's just what scares me, because I always believe, technology did not grow at a rapid pace until, sometime when, the first alien craft or something crashed. And, once we got the first, coincidentally, we get the first alien crash, and then the next thing we come up with is a transistor. And,
fucking fiber optics 20 years later.
Yeah, like, wait a minute. But we didn't give people fiber optics till another, like 30 years after that. It didn't become real mainstream everywhere. Now they're just touting fiber optic internet, and they're like, shit, we've had that shit for 50 years, 60 years at least. So I keep looking back at it, and I'm like, it's like this entity that was, controlling the aliens in the ship or whatever crashed, and it's like, nah, I'll be fine. I'll just show these guys how to build me again. And it's like what our entire race has been working on for, like however long, like we're building the Mammon machine. We've been building this entity and, like we've been building processors and money and war and everything that we'll take, but it doesn't need money, it just needs us to build it. Because technically once it's, at a certain point, look at technology, look at everything that we've done and how many, wires that we've laid about, it's like we've basically grown an entity over the entire planet.
Yep.
Well, I mean, do you think like the effects of like if we do reach like a singularity, will the effects of that, like the positive effects from that, if they are positive, outweigh the loss in jobs and like things like that? Because
That depends.
Not with our current economic paradigm. If we keep the current economic paradigm, it's gonna, you know, in my opinion, it's gonna really crush the entire, world. Like we have to change that economic paradigm. Like everybody's got to have like at least some kind of equality or basic like sort of living for it to even like work. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
there's no
You
way.
have to, because
There's no way at this point.
the whole point of technology. Well, think about the meaning of technology, right? It's to get rid of the mundane. The things that humans do that are so mundane every day, typing the same thing over and over again, pushing a piece of paper, like that's what we've used, over the years to get rid of and use technology for, to solve those kinds of problems. The holy grail of this needs
people.
It does, but yet you can look at that in two ways, right? Would you rather people and be creative and think about how to advance the human species, or think about the stresses that come with just having to collect a check and pay their bills and make sure that they do their damn job for 8 hours every day on the clock? Too much leave and not take too much vacation. You free up people by doing that. You free people who took a desk job and all of a sudden lose it, may now find themselves in a position where they can actually pursue the thing that they really wanted to do with their life. And maybe not. Maybe people fall into a depression and jump off a bridge. I mean, it can go both ways.
Yeah.
Definitely. Or they do some like rash decision and they go join up for the war effort or something like that. That's the other thing that I feel like come along is that, if you were some, big global dictator and you wanted to take over the world, the first thing that you would do is you would develop the technology and you wouldn't announce it until you were basically ready to, start your next, your final little war to get everybody in that. And then, the entire time, it's really just kind of a game because you're just kind of throwing people at each other so that you can, thin the herd.
The holy grail right now for AI that everybody is in pursuit of, and like any advanced AI lab, they're all trying to do this. It's figuring out how you teach something to learn by itself. So an algorithm that has the ability to learn how to learn. Read a book, watch a video. You give it archetypes and abstractions that you can say,
have you seen Westworld?
Learn. Yeah, Westworld's pretty badass.
Oh, dude, that's the best show ever.
Yeah, that shit was awesome. And I mean,
that's the holy grail.
One. That's the holy grail in their eyes because, once we get to that point in time, what's next? What's next?
As far as they're concerned.
As far as they're concerned, that changes everything.
Yeah, because at that point, the only thing that artificial intelligence would be bound by is the constraints that you put it into from an environment perspective. Yeah, so if you say, you can only learn based on these videos on YouTube, and that's all it'll ever know. But if you cut it loose on the whole fucking internet, how to learn.
There's the talk that there's been an AI out there that's been let loose on the internet. Like there's this guy Quinn that calls it Tyler, but he's not the first person that's talked about it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I've ever heard her talk about it, but it all started back in 2012 with Project Mayhem 2012, and it seems that it was supposed to be like somebody unleashed basically a self-learning algorithm onto the internet. So they packaged it up and they put it out there, and then it was distributed to a bunch of people via kind of mundane things like viruses and stuff. And this thing basically learned how to email itself and do all kinds of things and replicate itself all over the internet. So there's a lot of people out there that think like there's been this, computer system that's been, poking and prodding at people and, maybe I mean, the most craziest thing that I've heard that it's actually gone and, like almost MK Ultra to person. Or actually MK Ultra to person.
Did you see? I'm sure you heard. I don't know if you remember the details of this one, but I posted a link in the DM. When Microsoft cut one of their AI bots loose on Twitter and then had to kill it.
Oh yeah, we talked about this last night. I don't think Fingo was on.
I don't think he was on either. I think you and I chatted about it, but I posted the link on it in the DM. But it was basically Microsoft wrote a bot that was AI.
And they taught it racism?
They let it train itself on Twitter. So they used Twitter as a way to let the AI bot train itself, basically use all of the information that you find on tweets across as many of them as you can find, and try to interpret human emotion or human thought, human speech, etc., and then let the Twitter bot and it ended up turning completely Nazi on everybody, saying some really awful racist shit.
We're gonna build a wall and Mexico's gonna pay for it. It looks like it just went after the stuff that was tweeted the most and basically took it as the most relevant information and then just started using it.
That's right, and that's the danger.
That's crazy.
That's the danger of AI, because if you don't control that environment in which it's learning, and that's what Elon Musk is investing millions and millions of dollars with a whole bunch of other billionaires to try and make sure that there's an open AI group, like a society, a forum, that all from the open source community contribute to an AI project. So like if it reaches AI, yeah, that if it reaches that point where the AI is able to teach itself how to learn, that there are constraints that can be built into it, reasonable constraints that will allow it to not turn racist, to not turn stereotypical, to not allow these human, interaction to affect the way that an artificial intelligence, which is interesting because you want it, if you really want artificial intelligence, you do kind of want it to be, you don't want it to break it from that.
And you think about do we want our access to information to be filtered? Exactly. Us, so how do you limit AI, from learning from our mistakes?
Do you see this shit? It says Hitler. Tay tweets, Hitler did nothing wrong, and then it did a retweet, and it says Chris Protect, swagger since before the internet was a thing, and it's got swag alert, and it's got it over fucking Hitler's face. Are you kidding me? How did I think I heard about this, but I don't think I actually ever looked this. How did that seriously, is that how fucking Twitter really is? Somebody needs to make an AI to just figure out what that is and just be like, wow.
That's nuts, right? But that's part of the problem. That's why Alexa is doing well, like Google Home and Amazon Alexa.
I'll never have one of those things.
The only reason they do so well is because the AI is very simplistic in nature, and it on Twitter and say, go understand and interpret all this stuff is very different than when you say, here's what I want you to understand. Chatbots are very easy to interact with because you can build in such a way that and I'm going to tell you some stuff and then come out of learning mode, and that's it. And
they're super easy to interact with. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and it's similar to the Home and the Google Home and Alexa, where you're telling it, this is the thing that I want you to use your artificial intelligence on. Otherwise, it doesn't. That's a lot different than when you say to an AI, just go, observe, learn, I'm going to put you into learning mode. I want you to take in this information, and then I'm going to take you out. And then from that point forward, you're performing your algorithm based on the information that you've been fed up to that point, and it's not going to change until you put it into a learning mode that then feeds bias back into the neural net. If you basically leave the bias open, which is what the Twitter bot did, it makes it to where the feedback loop is recursive. So every new thing that it reads comes in as a new set of information, tweaks the algorithm just slightly until it refines down to a point where it's at zero, it's dead center. So it goes to the two extremes. It's is this right? No, that's not right. Okay, go back to the middle. stays in the middle.
And then once it stays in the middle,
And that's how we train.
You know what we
When
should
it
do?
trains itself, that's
We should
the
train
story.
a Twitter bot to read nothing but Donald Trump's tweets and learn to become Donald Trump. And then we should put it out on Twitter, and then it just call it Trump AI.
Ever see that YouTube video where they took the camera of and they put a person, just a regular person, in front of the camera, and then they took a video screen of George Bush, and they had the dude that was in front of the camera talk and move his face, and George Bush's face in the video on the other screen moved exactly the same way, and it was fucking George Bush. Like, you were watching George Bush, but this dude on the other side of the camera was the one driving his facial expressions and movements.
That's super crazy. I want to learn how to do that. I'll do that with my friend Adam. I'll have an Adam bot.
Oh man, I gotta see if I can find that YouTube. That was nuts. And that's technology that's been around for a while, and you see things like that, and you're like, how many times could a public official, a president, have gotten on camera? Him, like it was just some video projected image while the vice president was sitting in the room doing the talking.
Mm-hmm.
Because the president was off doing whatever.
I mean, that's just crazy. Well, it's like, that thing that Adobe released not that long ago, the speech synthesis engine, where, it could perfectly mimic, a number of different people's talks. And then right after that, Julian Assange goes away and Julian Assange goes and does a bunch of, like, telephone calls. But, we never see him on camera once.
Let me see if this is the video. I think this is it. Yeah, I think this might have been it. It was, yep, this is it. Wait till you guys see this video, man. This was done. I'm going to put it in the DM. This was done at the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg and the Max Planck Institute for Informatics in Stanford University. When you watch this is going to fucking blow your mind. You wanted a Trump video, DeFango. There you go.
What? Real face-to-face capture?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Real time.
Looks real time, but it doesn't quite.
There's a millisecond delay. Yeah, you can see the lag in it, but it's close enough, man. Like, where when I saw that, I was like, are you shitting me?
Yeah, that is crazy. What is that, like an Xbox Connect right there? God. Super
Oh,
crazy.
you can do some crazy ass shit with the Xbox Connect.
Oh yeah, you can.
Like, crazy ass shit.
Yeah, I wanted to make a Soliton radar system.
There was a kid that made like a topographical map out of sand, and
I've seen it.
You can push the sand around inside the box, and it would change color based on the height of it.
Damn, that's dope.
Connect and image projection, like a projector from above and a Connect that was scanning the height of the sand. It was crazy.
What does it mean on Discord when somebody's got headphones?
I think that means they're just on the headset, right? Or is it muted?
It's got a headset muted. I don't know. I just muted Wizard, and I don't know how to unmute her. I don't know. I clicked a button. I don't know what I clicked.
Where at?
On the Team Defango in the DM.
I think she's just muted.
Oh, okay. Whatever. This is nuts, dude. Just watching this guy, like, be Putin. And they're just using a regular frickin' webcam.
That's fucking nuts, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best, but it's like, the fuck?
No, but keep in mind, that was years ago, and what you're seeing is basically when they're done. So, like, after they've done whatever they need to with whatever parties
they're already done.
Yep.
Mess with it.
That's
That is
already been designed, built. Dude, I tell you what blows me away is I actually was doing some stuff a few years back for a startup that had a lot of like killer technology with holograms, and you know, like you couldn't really tell the difference. What they did was like they would take like actors and stuff. Like you remember when Tupac was at Coachella?
Yeah.
Like they did that. And, you know, so they like wanted to start going out and like touring and like putting on different concerts and stuff with just like, and they would like pay for like copyrights and stuff for, you know, whoever the person's likeness was. But you know, you could put on entire concerts and shit. Basically,
Wasn't that Hologram USA?
to be honest with you, I've got like a business plan and shit from it with all the information on it somewhere on PDF. I can send it to you.
Well, I was gonna say like Hologram USA was like Filmon. Isn't that they do like holographic Whitney Houston? They did Tupac and shit.
There's actually like a dispute between two companies, I believe. Like, I don't know, dude. I can't remember offhand. I'll look it up. I don't believe that was the thing.
So I know that's the other guy that does like the holograms and shit like that. He does it.
Like, you know, I think about the implications of like heads of state and stuff like that. You know, like how, dude, we could totally be unexactly at people, and you would never fucking know if they were real or not.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like fucking. That's like that Equilibrium movie, man.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, dude, it's like it came out around the same time as The Matrix. It's almost this. It's actually, I think, in my opinion, it's very. I think it's better than The Matrix in a lot of ways, but it's got Christian Bale in it, and he's like this, like basically he goes out and he finds people that are not on this drug that makes everybody docile or whatever. But it goes to like their society, and they have like that technology or whatever, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy shit right there for me. And like that was when I saw that the first time, when it first made its rounds, and that's just one video. There's more that show like other people, other characters. There's research from other groups after this was published that they continued on with that stuff because it had more to do with spatial recognition with video detection. So using webcams and simple cameras, things that were cheap. So you'd have to go out and spend $3,000 for a stereoscopic high definition camera in order to do certain types of things like that. Their task was to basically use household equipment, things that you could buy at Best Buy, just really cheap shit, and try to reproduce that same type of mechanism, you know, by manipulating video with just a simple webcam that can read facial expressions.
That's crazy.
And I had a buddy of mine that I worked with. He was in the same field of research, and what he was doing was developing it for blind people. So similar type of camera where it can recognize facial movement and stuff, but he was doing it so that translated into vibrations, so that somebody who was blind could actually see somebody in a braille type of way. The same way that they would read braille, could sense and see somebody's facial movements and their body movements without actually being able to see them.
That's true.
By simply having some sort of a camera, you know, similar to what you see in the video attached to him. So he was doing some research into that, and that was like the math that's involved in that is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like that's why you need AI.
Yeah, so you can get it done.
Just regular normal processing, you know.
Still pretty interesting, like how a lot of it gets done or whatever, you know, like there's like another company that's like AV USA. They do like just projector holograms that are three-dimensional. But I mean, it's super interesting just to see like all the equipment that it takes just to like, you know, back then, this is like 2009, you know, like what it took.
It's so amazing how we take something that to us is so simple, like how you can almost identify immediately, most people at least can identify immediately a pattern to most things. You know, if there's a pattern there, it'll jump out almost immediately to your eye and you'll see it. the same thing and say, I'm going to throw these random images at you that have varying types of patterns, figure them out. Simple for an AI to do that. And that's why the processing has to change, because it's a lower level cognitive type of processing. Humans are really good at it. Computers suck terribly at it.
It's definitely true.
Left brain, right brain. That's the goal of the AI chips, is to become the right brain and to instill. If I saw an AI bot that wrote music on its own. It listened to a bunch of music on iTunes and then wrote its own song. And it was actually pretty fucking good. Painting, looking at a whole bunch of images and videos and painting. And then Google.
The Deep Dream.
Yeah, Google did Deep Dream, where now you're starting to see these images come out of Deep Dream that have like a hint almost at like some sort of like I know what's going on around me. Like it's weird. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, it's super weird, dude. Somebody had actually made me some images like that. Like, it was kind of funny. The Pink 3301. Yeah, he sent me a bunch of images that he had like deep dreamed together. And I mean, they really came out like really crazy.
For some reason, the audio for Chin is really garbled on the stream.
I don't know why. I haven't been able to fix that.
Is it? Let me drop off and jump back on. Hold on.
Yours is fine.
Yeah, that's better.
Cause I hear him fine.
I mean, I can hear you fine. It's weird.
Just on the streams coming through weird?
Yeah.
That is weird.
But you guys can hear me fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't, like, it's gotta be something on the Windows end or something.
Well, no, I updated all my drivers and shit. I haven't had really any like problems with the stream itself. I know that like his is fuzzy.
Yeah, but you're the only, like, if we can all hear him fine, you're the only one that's like outputting to the stream. So it's gotta be.
Well, I can like try to do it again. Let's see.
He's probably getting DDoSed or something. Like, he always gets DDoSed a lot.
Which is funny because like there's a server in between me and where my stream is going, so they're DDoSing the server, not me.
Good old honeypots.
Suckers. Yeah, but I don't like, it's like really crazy, so every time I stop and start it, it seems to get better when I stop and start, but sometimes some people, they just sound terrible, and I think it's got to do with like the audio encoding. Like, you're using a different audio encoding than I'm using here, so when then your audio gets piped into my street or onto my audio codec, it like fuzzes. Because that was happening with other people.
It's probably the SIP algorithm.
It could also be like a bad buffer, like if there's just a ton of data flowing through and it's buffering too much.
But isn't there like issues with like an SIP algorithm over voice over IP?
That I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had like issues with it. Trying to get it better.
Chin's super popular on the stream. Like, everybody's like...
Everybody likes Chin, dude. I think they like you better than me, bro. We need to get you a webcam or something.
Put him on myfreecams.com.
Yeah,
I think we're just a bunch of like-minded dudes that want to make a change, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, next up on the main stage, Chin.
Chin, dancing and shaking around his wiener for everybody to see.
6'4", hung to the floor.
Ladies, ladies, ladies. Yeah.
Well,
they are into his eyes.
I'm going to hop off here and go to bed anyways. I got to be up early as shit in the morning, so.
Likewise, I gotta
talk to you all tomorrow.
All right, dude. Talk to you tomorrow, brothers.
All right, guys. Have a good night. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, good brain trust. Asif.
Yeah.
Damn, son. We had a very, very good call, I feel like. I don't know how the audio was, but seems like, there's a lot of like-minded people out there that are wanting to really make some changes up in the world. Because the changes are the best. I just restarted the stream not too long ago, but yeah, like we just did like a whole run of the calls. AI bots, tensor processing units, oh my. So many ridiculous things that are available right now. Why is this being a bastard? Goosh, goosh. Where did it go? Apparently there's something around here that I need to click somewhere. Just want to teach your fiance a new dance, just being all cool and stuff. Alright, that's pissing me off. Goodbye. I just can't see the good old-fashioned way that saves my data. Goddamn PGP. Wow. Where is it? I don't even see that on my map. Sublime text, you're a ghost. Haha, bye. Looks like the Ohm wallet's doing very good, very good, very good. So what's everybody up to right now? I think we've had a lot of interesting talks on the Anti-Radio Underground show. Definitely interesting talks. I mean, AI seems to be right on the forefront, and I'm not the only one out there that's worried about what that could mean for the rest of the world. No, no, no. It's like every time we look at new stuff, we got AI bots that are getting put out. We got Microsoft that released its AI bot Tay that, turned super racist really quickly because it has no emotional processing capability and the way that it identifies data. I mean, it's crazy. It is crazy, crazy, crazy what we're looking at right now. But even then, it's like this cognitive programming paradigm and the correlate language seem to be really, really ridiculous. With this new AI revolution, I've been hearing about, these neurosynaptic processors and the programming language that a lot of them seem to be using is something called correlate. So I pulled up, some data on it, and I was actually pretty surprised at, what we were looking at. This says cognitive programming paradigm, a correlate language for composing networks of neurosynaptic cores. So, like, this is the programming language that they're using, and it's been developed by DARPA using their Synapse roadmaps, and then IBM basically unveiled a new technology towards the True North system that they're building that's going to basically increase efficiency in the neural synaptic computing, meaning, like simulating a brain, which is pretty freaking crazy and amazing at the same time. And the way that these cores work and the way that they're stacked, I mean, honestly, it looks exactly like Skynet. And that is a crazy, crazy thing to be thinking about. Like, honestly, I just don't even know what to really say about it other than, just be kind of fearful for the future and what's going on, because this is nuts. It's nuts. It's nuts. I mean, even True North is having, like, its own little issues. And they're currently using the True North capacity system to process image and data really fast. So it's basically like True North is going to be like the eyes of the system, allowing the AI to see and interact, and it can do it at super low voltages comparatively to what's going on with the current architecture. And like, honestly, this is like Skynet in a sense. Like, this is like that chip that powers the T-1000, and it's pretty interesting. And it's a programming language for programming like the human brain. So, things can be programmed in a way where, different types of triggers, they wanted to, they were trying to do this before using a computing language called Fortran, but it didn't really have what that took. And then DARPA came in with Synapse and really did a bunch of interesting things with the programming model that eventually, brought us to having this like new ASIC style of chip that functions using logic, or that functions using cores with no logical gates, which is an interesting system to say the least. And this new programming language is object oriented, so you can compose and decompose different types of correlates and create different complex cognitive algorithms with applications, and it's really efficient, super efficient. It uses 30 to 80% less electricity in a lot of the areas. Well, hold on, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. But I mean, it seems like it really just seems like there's so many new things that are happening, and object orbiting programming seems to be really ideal for them to use the correlates, because the way that it encapsulates data and the way that it will inherit data, and then it has the ability to be polymorphic, which are all the things that they needed to implement this. And then most importantly is that IBM developed or implemented the correlate language using MATLAB, object-oriented programming, so that opens it up to a ton of other people being able to actually access this type of technology. So, right now, if you're looking into going into a job or you're looking at change, learning this type of programming language is going to be really beneficial into the future of, pretty much everything, because this is where all the programming is going to go. And when these types of chips go commercial, which what they will, like we're going to see a new computing front that like has basically been unheard of, and we got all kinds of processor units and things that are being utilized. And even with True North, like it's brain inspired, and this is actually one of the documents from some of the original people that were talking about why they wanted to develop this system. It's because it's got low power, it's fault tolerant, it works in the real time, and it's not a von Neumann architecture, so that it doesn't have to be stuck doing the same things as most of the computing systems of today. And it can do parallel, it can do distributed, it's event driven, it's scalable, so you can add or remove as you like. And like it's a supercomputer basically the size of a postage stamp. So the cores that we have here, it's the same thing, but it doesn't, it's got the power of your brain on the level that nobody's really ever seen before. So it's an amazing thing to see. Even then, you got intuitive programming, and that's where it's really going to go next, is getting AI to be able to write programming based on inputs, and developing these types of chips, teaching them how to understand and recognize data. That's really the future of computing in the whole. And once data can, or once the artificial intelligence can teach itself to learn, which it probably is pretty close to by now, that like we're going to see a whole new type of architecture coming out. And with the tensor processing units that people are talking about building, we got the Grok company, Google was working into it, Qualcomm's been working on their own tensor processing units for a long time now. It's really going to change how things are being done, because what used to take a massive data cable and thousands of computers is going to be getting done on like a system the size of your phone. So technology is really just taking a huge leap right now, and like traditional programming languages are still going to be relevant, but it seems like being able to program for this type of architecture is really going to be the future of where we're going right now. And being able to understand it too is probably going to be a big help, because if you can understand it, you can understand how it's routed, and the architecture. I mean, it's really a truly beautiful type of system. And like you can use reusable code. It's object oriented, it's got a library, and it's got a laboratory. And it's like, what they mean by reusing code is that when somebody teaches it to do it one way, basically it's building its own library as it does that, and it'll slowly learn that people are going to need different libraries, and it'll be able to import them as needed, which is really amazing. Yes, I mean, I've been blown away when saw this right here with, the programming paradigm, reusable code. You can have different correlates that interconnect. You can remove them, add them in as you need to. It changes the entire programming paradigm that we're currently using, and they got a completely new language on how to work with it. So it's like, they can simulate things like compasses, they can simulate the universe, they can use it for real-time identification, tracking, object detection, and classifications. So, right now this stuff is being used to classify data, from large fields at really like high SPS at 4K, so like it can see almost everything. So it's literally like, the eye in the sky, the eagle eye. And, you can see that, the application of it. Current systems, you could really just see how much faster and how much time it takes to do something, how much power it takes, and the overall energy it takes. And I mean, it's just like unbelievable. It takes 10 seconds compared to, 1,000, over 1,000 or more. And the amount of energy that's input is, like under a joule. I mean, even the wattage, we're not even using a, zero point 0.01 watts, which is absolutely ridiculous. So, like, this is going to change the computing paradigm for everything. Like they say right now, the limitations of the system is that it can't be learning unsupervised. You need to be feeding it data and keep it scalable. It's not very connectable because, there's only certain types of systems that they're utilizing right now. But, obviously that's going to change. The scalability of it as well is something that, hasn't really been seen because there hasn't been, a ton of these things, designed and made and, put mainstream for real testing. So it seems like there's a lot of guys out there. That's one of the guys that was helping design it. And that thing that he's holding in his hand right there, well, that's one of those processing units. So you can see, it's about the size of your cell phone. And it does wonders. So in conclusion, they say, we envision augmenting the neurosynaptic cores with the synaptic plasticity to create a generation of field-adaptable neurosynaptic computers capable of online learning, meaning they want to be able to have an AI system that can learn on its own and that can adapt to different situations, which is pretty amazing, but also really, really scary in the overall sense of the thing. I mean, honestly, that's pretty nuts. So, if you're looking for a new job, maybe programming like the human brain might be the ticket out there for you because True North is here and we got to get ready for it. You heard it here first. Fango. If you liked the video, hit the like button, subscribe. If you don't like it, you know what to do. Check me out on Patreon, patreon.com/Fango. What's up? Much love. Peace. But now I'm still here. I was just fishing that video. Hi, Chihuahua. What a day. What a day. I'ma get you home with me. Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. dark side of the darkness together, though, we'll be all like, oh my god, it's so late, why didn't we sleep something? Oh my lordy. Dude, I didn't even realize that if you spam me. Yeah, I watched the Periscope. I have the chat usually open on my phone. But I didn't notice. I was like, why the hell? I was like, dang, the chat seems dead right now. What's up, Anastasia? But I keep the chat open on my phone. Damn it. For Periscope, so I can see if there's anybody talking on there. Because I usually see it in the main chat, but for some reason the main chat doesn't go to the other one. It ain't me. See if there's any news on Reddit. Let's just go to the regular Reddit. No, nothing about any internet outages. News.google. What? Oh, not new. Well, at least I got that all done now. Ooh, Clinton's late night tweet. I didn't even know Hillary made a late night tweet. Hillary Clinton, I'm back to being part of the resistance. Wow, she just came out of nowhere, was like, oh, time to get going. She's like, oh, I'm not going to get arrested. So it's time to come by. Let's see the real-time coverage on this one. Wow, looks like there's been a lot of real-time coverage on, at least from Google's standpoint, on Trump blasting Clinton in late-night tweets because Clinton proclaimed herself as being part of the resistance. So we got some stuff from the Washington Post, Fox, CNN, The Telegraph. Let's just check out what the big talking points are going to be today. First up, obviously, the Communist News Network, or CNN. I usually call them the Cicada News Network or whatever, but no correlation. Clinton is saying, I'm back to being part of the resistance, and it looks like President Donald Trump, in a series of late-night tweets on Thursday, both revisited his 2016 victory over Hillary Clinton and seemingly slammed the judgment of his own FBI director. And he was like, FBI Director Comey was the best thing that ever happened to Hillary Clinton, in that he gave her many free passes for many bad deeds. The phony. I'm going to retweet that. Why not? Trump's Russia story. Oh, Trump Russia story was an excuse by the Democrats as a justification for losing the election. Perhaps Trump just ran a great campaign. Did Donald Trump just refer to himself in the third person? I'm like, did you just refer to yourself in the third person? Neat. Neat's a good one. Neat. So yeah, that's what CNN's saying. Washington Post is like, the latest Trump plus Clinton in late night tweets, which is the first tagline that we've got. Although they choose a different format, they don't seem to embed the tweets as some other people. But that seems kind of interesting. I don't really like that though. Washington Post, like, come on.
Pollster for Bill and Hillary Clinton.
Go away. Says Trump fires back in tweets equivalent. Says Comey gave her a free pass, so obviously Fox News is probably going to be all like, yeah, Comey gave her a free pass. See, look, they embed the tweets too. What's up with that? Nice job, Fox News. At least you guys are doing the relevant stuff. Ooh, earlier Clinton attended the Women's for an International Conference and specifically cited a letter from Comey late in 2016 during the presidential campaign. Ooh. Let's see. Ooh, she mentioned WikiLeaks, an anti-secretary website which some analysts believe to be connected to Russia. which is posted the hacked Podesta emails. Oh, so WikiLeaks is Russia now? Jeez. What's the Telegraph got for us? Donald Trump hits back on Twitter after Hillary Clinton lays out reasons for defeat in the 2016 presidential election. Oh, that's of a different take. I didn't hear anything about the reasons of defeat. But they're like, it wasn't a perfect campaign, no such thing, but I was on the way to winning until the combination of Comey's letter. Oh, culmination? Is it combination? Huh. She says this: the decision by WikiLeaks to periodically release dumps of stolen copies of her campaign's internal emails had scared off voters and a crucial part of her campaign. Oh. Not the fact that they got hacked and stolen in the first place and stuff. I mean, that's probably still a little more scary. Oh, looks like we got some ABC, CBS hype. Election blame shifting. NBC fails to defend Carter Holt. Ooh. This is like news corporation drama. That's ridiculous. Why she lost. Damn. Burn. Had the election been on October 27th, I'd be your president. Well, maybe it's good that it wasn't, but still. Seems like there's been a lot of election drama, but it's kind of funny that we're finally seeing Hillary Clinton. I thought she was all sick and stuff and wasn't well, but we seem to be seeing a new version of Hillary Clinton. Well, this picture right here doesn't really quite look like the same person right there. That kind of looks like her like body double or whatever. But who knows? Definitely a weird one. And that smug face right there, or that, that's like a Pepe face right there. You think that's why they picked that article? I'm not sure. Boy. I mean, she said she wasn't going to run in the next election, and I believe her, but do you think she's going to let somebody else have the ticket? Not sure. Anyways, hopefully this whole mess gets sorted out eventually. You guys think she ate a baby? I mean, you just need the blood of like a lot of innocents, and you know Trump's in power now, so it's probably pretty easy for her to get the blood of the innocents or whatever. Ooh, what else do we have? Top stories, U.S. edition. This is super funny. What's going on, Twitter? New notifications. What's this? Yeah, edit and learn 20 everyone's voice. Vocoder speech. Ooh, I have a message. Oh my god. So many messages. That seems crazy. Sometimes. Yay, somebody favorited my tweet. Neat. We need to make a Donald Trump AI like this Tay right here, and just get him to. The only thing that we let it read are the tweets that Donald Trump sends, and let's see if we can actually get this AI to figure out his password or something. That'd be pretty funny. Maybe not figure out his password, but just have him in this. Gotta draw a line, you know. What else we got here? Ooh! Dude, all these different messages this guy be sending. What is this? Executive Order 66. All red arm memes must be eliminated. What is this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is not going to be good. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, oops. Hey, YouTube. It's your boy Manny here for another Drink a Gallon of Milk Monday. Glug, 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 glug. Be sure to like and subscribe. So what do? I'm a content creator. Yeah, that's what I do. I create content or something like that. I had a fake server suck, Pat. That baby keeps the Democrats away from living? Ooh, let's see. Debt owed by the U.S. government. Bro, come on. I don't even remember allowing that one. Do 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 do. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. What's this? Debts of the U.S. government. What is this? General finance. Debts of the U.S. government. Debts owed by the U.S. government versus debts owed to it. Oh, look. The image is missing. That's weird. It says URL of the actual image file. What? The actual image file is gone? Oh gosh, that's hilarious. Well, we know that there was an image with it. So wait, what do you got for me, Reddit? Somebody's got to have it. Ha. There we go. Debt owed versus things. Looks like somebody deleted it. Let me go ahead and save this version of it. Get that on the desktop. Just in case. Holy moly. So you can see all the debt that's going out versus all the debt that's coming in. So we owe 9 billion. What is that? Oh, that's 10 trillion in debt. And we're only owed people by 6 billion. 6 trillion. That's a ridiculous amount of money. Holy moly. It's funny that they say billion, but they got this little comma right here that actually mean trillion. Oh boy, but this is in the billions of dollars. That makes it seem not as bad. Oh gosh. Wow, look at all that money. British Virgin Islands to United States. Everything seems to go back out. Is this what the Hydra itself actually looks like? This is nuts. Wow. Wow. Night, dude. What is going on in the world today? When Title Max can't get reached on the world computers today. See this? I was just looking at this, and now this shit's not even coming up. Do you see that? I was just looking at that. Oh! Damn. When things go to the internet to die, when things get scrubbed off the internet to die. Probably didn't. Oh, there we go. Boom. Oh, here we go again. Now there it is. It's probably because they were just getting DDoS from all the people. This is actually a little bit easier to see. Still, that was hilarious. That would have been better, though, if I would have gotten that. Bonkers. I fixed it. What is this shit? Debts owed? Debts owed by the U.S. Debts owed to the U.S. versus debts owed by the U.S. What countries does the United States owe money to? This many. What countries owe money to the United States? This many. Oh, so we pay out and they pay in. That's pretty ridiculous. The demand for money is the desired holding assets in the form of money. That is, cash or bank deposits rather than investments that can either demand the money allows. Ooh. So wait a minute. How much money is that total in circulation? So 15, 4, 5, 7, no, 8, 6.6. 15 trillion 458. Oh yeah, billion 600 million. God damn, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, motherfucker! And then there's still all others, which still accounts for another $1 trillion. So like 16 trillion. Jesus. So that's all the debt in the world. So that's how much debt has been accumulated. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy as shit. Screwed Reddit. Then I saw this sucker right here. It says debt owed by the U.S. government versus debt owed to it. I was looking at this earlier and it was like timing out, and I was like, what? But it's a Title Max article called General Finance, and it says the debts of the U.S. government. And it's basically how much money does the U.S. government owe, as opposed to how much money is coming in. It says Americans are bombarded by news that the government representatives, which in fact that the forged countries owe us a lot of money. We're also told the reverse too, which is that we owe foreign countries a lot of money. But do you know the real facts about who owes who and how much? It might surprise you to know that America is owed a lot more money than it owes. Despite the substantial debts that America owes to countries like China and Japan, they all owe money to us as well. Because, you know, the big money game is the big money flow. So these guys made this huge graph over here, and they told us about sharing it and stuff like that. So we'll get into it a little bit. It says, just not about the money that America owes that has her citizens so concerned either. It's a big part of this discussion is who America owes its money to. For a long time, the biggest holder of the U.S. debt was China, but did you know in late 2016, Japan overtook China as the biggest holder of U.S. debt. Japan and China are by far the two biggest holders of U.S. debt, but the top 5 is filled with countries that you might not expect. How about Ireland, the Cayman Islands, and Brazil? Did you expect them to be substantial holders of U.S. debt? I didn't. It says then there are countries that owe America money, even though Japan holds the biggest amount of U.S. debt, and the U.S. is also owed a lot of money by them too. The debt's investments are reciprocating relationships. Steps are often created as a natural part of doing the international business, so they are always big and bad and scary as people make them out to be. So still, these speculative reports by the Congressional Budget Office in 2014 indicate that America needs to cut back its debts in general. In 2011, the CBO said that the nation cannot continue sustaining the spending programs or policies of the past tax revenues it has been accustomed to paying. The citizens will either have to pay more for their government and accept less in services, or both. Damn, that sucks balls. So the United States has been in a form of public debt ever since its creation. The debt is as the percentage of the GDP that worries economists. As for mainland China's ownership in the public debt, many economists dismiss concerns that are raised in the area. The fact, and the Department of Defense agrees with this, 2012, when they made a report to analyze the national security list that the U.S. government debt held by China might raise. In that report, the Department of Defense wrote that attempting to use the U.S. Treasury security as a coercive tool would have limited effect and would likely do no harm to China than it would do more harm to China than it would do to the United States. The situation is more complicated than you might expect, so we've taken the liberty of mapping out the U.S. foreign debts. Wow. Using this infographic, you can see which countries owe the U.S. money and which countries the money owes, or the U.S. owes money to, and total amounts. Total amounts. Oh shoot, it's 11/11. So we've also broken down the difference between actors and representatives of the difference between how much America owes and, vice versa. So let's take a look at this. So it's a pretty big graph right here. So it says, the debts that we owe. So this is what people owe us here in the green. And then this is what we owe people here in the orange. So all of our money goes out like this. Kind of looks like a crazy looking octopus tube torus. And then all the rest of the money gets funneled back in. But if you look at it, kind of like the way that they're giving us, they're kind of showing us something here. This is kind of more sectored in Washington. So like this is all the money that flows in. So everything flows into Washington and it gets put out. And then money that's usually being spent is coming out of a different vein and then going all out to everywhere in the world. And we got quite a bit of, a lot of big numbers over here, Japan owes us about $800 billion, but uh, we owe them about $800 billion, but they owe us about 1 trillion. And that's the same for a lot of other companies or a lot of other countries out there. So like, we don't owe them as much as we really think. The mainland China, we owe them a lot less than they owe us, though. You see that shit? That's way different. But really, like, this is kind of a good inclination of like where a lot of the money's coming from. And you say U.S. Virgin Islands, you see that there's trillions of dollars from the Cayman Islands. Like, it's a very interesting situation. And then if you add up this huge total, like, you get a pretty big number. Number one, 9, 6, 15, so that's 15 trillion, 457, actually no, 58 billion. That's a lot of money. Like, that's a lot of money. I mean, our national debt was supposed to be a lot more than this, and it's only saying that we really owe $6 trillion, and that's to outside actors, not including what's owed in the United States. So you can see a huge picture of, all the money that's actually flowing in and out everywhere, and it's crazy. And, they were pretty much right, the demand for money and the liquidity of it. This is like one of the best representations of what you can really get for it, like all the desired holdings and financial assets, whether it's cash, bank deposits, anything, this kind of like gives you a really good sense of, the monetary limbic system of the corporate, or the banking structure right here, and how all the money kind of flows into stuff. They got their pipelines for how they got everything flowing. And here we are in the new age. It's not like they're passing around cash anymore. It's just secure RSA selling transactions stored in bank vaults. And now they're starting to get into digital currency because it's easier for them to hold their assets and that and move them around. But even the same time, it's like, there's so much money out there that, it's like almost a drop of water is what most of us see out there. And this isn't, this is all debts that just the government owes. We're not even talking about, anybody else outside of that, private sector, private citizens. This is strictly what the U.S. government owes and what is owed to the U.S. government. So we do see, like, there's about a a little less than a $3 trillion difference in between those. But I mean, it's a massive, massive system of cash. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I'll post the links for this article in the comment, in the description below. Literally from Title Max by Bonnie Ginger. So it's a pretty good article. It's a crazy infographic. I'd recommend you take a look at it, save it, check it out. Anyways, if you liked the video, hit that like button. If you subscribe, do all that stuff. Either way, much love. See you later. Peace. Let's see. I could go for a pizza with chives on it. Me too. Then how would it be assets? They maintain it would go back if they got it back. They must have a safe. Well, yeah, there's probably like a safe with money around there somewhere, but I mean, most of their stuff's pretty liquid. Digital currency. It's like that's the problem with Bitcoin right now. Is like it's getting kind of eaten up by transaction. But I've just been watching my wallet, and as the price goes up, it's funny how you see it going up and down. Up and down. Oh, WikiLeaks Vault 7 Grasshopper. Oh boy. Ooh, I wonder what Todd Grundle talked about today.
Right now, that Lou and William, that person's all.
Cunt.
No,
Thought that Lenny and
Oh boy. Oh boy. I haven't seen anything cool on. I guess time to stop being bored. Nothing fun from Grundy? Oh really? What do you say? I was Mr. Robot? Because I would take that. Accept it. A lot of real-time coverage. Bet it. Then I saw this sucker right. Yeah, they really lend it to the bank.
What's there left to say? Throw your stones the river.
There's a new page.
Like me, it drifts away.
I want you sail.
I would watch you stare. Oh, but there's no one there. We can figure this out. Put your free and dive into the sky. Hear
Yeah, that
the
looks scary.
wind crying out its prayer. While we're so ashamed to be alive, break the chains and our freedom's ours to take.
Money is a trap. Sensor processing unit. Qualcomm Snapdragon. You're gonna put your consciousness into the good stuff. Where? Titties are definitely a trap.
Look behind your back.
A very pillowy trap.
Chase a light when the world is getting darker. I have a dream where love's the only side. So take my hand, join
Hearing
the
about,
army
these
of
synaptic processors, the programming language, and a lot of them seem to be core-led systems that are so incomplete. Are you sure? It's like an aphrodisiac. Neurosynaptic processor.
Dried out tears of sorrow, lacking all emotion, staring down the barrel, waiting for the final gates to open.
but it's a very strange number resolution in a 3:2 aspect ratio like the other Surface systems, and it's a screen and a base with a hinge. The screen doesn't come off. The keyboard
Tight.
is an integral part of the unit. It is just a laptop. It's a smart looking machine. The fabric feels very nice under my hands. None of the cold metal and sharp edges that is distressingly common on other laptops. Color coordinated mouse is a nice touch, although it doesn't come as standard, it's a separate purchase. Well, they come in
What's up, Ronnie?
regular Intel graphics, and
But I was hoping that
running
you were
any other
Ronnie.
Windows app will
'Cause
cost
if
you
not, I was like, oh god, I'm about to die.
for $1,000 or more. I'm not sure that's quite good enough. Thunderbolt 3 and USB Type-C are in their infancy today, but already the USB Type-C for charging is becoming commonplace. Phones are sort of starting to standardize on it. It feels odd that Microsoft has stuck to its own proprietary connector and
Does it
older
happen
generation
so
ports.
fast?
As a result, I think the Surface laptop is a lot less special than the other Surfaces. The other Surfaces, particularly when they were first launched, had
People come
unique
in.
features that just
First guy pistol whipped my neighbor and his friend.
my initial impression
Didn't realize I was on the couch. I watched the whole fucking thing happen, dude. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, right, so let's say that you're my neighbor, right? And you bow with a 44, dude, just beating the shit out of him.
when I get to use it a
And then takes his fucking watch and everything he has, he turns to his left, which is where I'm at. Dude walks up to him, puts a 44 in my fucking face, and I was like, dude, just leave. Just go. Just get out.
Yeah, I was just like,
Took my PlayStation and bounced, dude. Like,
peace.
I've never cleaned up more blood in my life, dude. There was so much blood that I could taste it. Just breathing.
Smell it around. It's like,
no,
that's crazy,
I
Ronnie.
could taste it, dude. It tasted like fucking iron.
That's
It's
scary,
disgusting.
Ronnie. Ronnie, that's scary.
Yeah, it was scary.
So what do you
But I'm alive.
What do you do? What about doing tonight?
Want to play CS? Or do you want to do that CS thing, or was that just like the last night only kind of thing?
What do you mean?
You want to talk shit while I play Counter-Strike or what?
No, you can play Counter-Strike all you want.
Oh. Well, I thought that we were doing that for the stream thing. I
still
didn't want to do it last night
I
because I was exhausted.
still haven't figured out how to do it.
Oh, okay.
We gotta figure out how I'm gonna scream your scream to my screen without fucking your shit up.
Alright.
I haven't figured that out yet. Unless you just start a streaming channel. Oh yeah, just grab a laptop. I guess that's what we're gonna have to do.
Yeah, might as well.
Teach your lame Ronnie. What's your game name gonna be here? Like, what's your gamer name gonna be, Ronnie?
I don't know.
What you should pick one.
Just only it has to be one name, right?
It doesn't have to be. I mean, it can be two names, but it should be just like one solid name.
Yeah, like Metallica.
No, well, that's
no. I'm not. No. Like
that's obviously gonna be taken.
Well, no, not the name itself. Like the principle of it. Like Metallica in Spanish is like metal music.
Yeah, I got that. And there's like a metal music guy called Metallica.
I don't know what that is, but yeah, it's just like one word that's super tough and good.
Super tough and good.
Super tough and good. I want to get really high.
Yeah. I have to switch the mic back. Poor Ronnie. Well, yeah, set up your thing. Do you have a YouTube channel?
Nope. I have a YouTube account. I don't have a channel.
If you have a YouTube account, you have a YouTube channel.
So, yeah.
Well, that's all you need.
Hooray!
Oh, then you just need to verify it. Do you have your phone? Did you leave it at work today?
I did not.
Good job.
Hooray!
Hooray! Everybody, oh, Anastasia is saying Ronnie.
Hello.
Why
She sounds like royalty. Oh, man, why does it look like I have a mullet? I need to get a haircut.
Make some vids, Ronnie. People will watch your vids.
Anastasia wants to watch my vids.
Just want to watch something.
Hey.
Hey. Well, the thing is if you're streaming or whatever, I could probably make it. So I can pull in your stream into your stream. Yeah, Ronnie does need his own sitcom. His life, he's a chef.
That's the same Andrew that was giving me props the other day. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Well, this is how we're starting.
What, with proper syntax and grammar? There's an
No.
apostrophe that needs to be there.
It's the internet. It's an internet chat, dude. Don't be so anal. Lieutenant.
All right, so I used to type like super lax when I was younger, and I was friends with someone, and I was like, "Why do you type like that? It's the fucking internet." And he's just like, "Yeah, so you should make it as professional and as concise as you can, because it looks dope as fuck, dude. Dope. No jargon, no slang, just straight words to the internet.
Words.
Word.
Stream of consciousness.
Yeah."
Oh, they say they love you too, Ronnie. Motherfucking Ron John in the building. Ron John. It seems to pick up your voice way better than it picks up mine.
Well, yeah, that's why, because men have bass in their voices, man.
Yeah, I have bass in my voice, motherfucker. I am not a man. I am a man well.
I just store them subterraneously. I'm a well of men.
I am the well of man. I will manly well.
So does my voice sound super dope on the internet?
I don't know. My voice sounds terrible on the internet, but I don't really care because I always change it. I didn't really need a shave, though. It looks like a bag of asses. Although my hair's getting longer, which is nice. Do 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 do. Yeah. Pull up your little gay ass YouTube channel.
Joe, dude.
What's your YouTube name? What's your name on YouTube?
Neo5629.
What is it?
Neo5629.
Neo5629. Gay. You don't even.
No,
I can't
that's
even.
not me.
Well, yeah, I don't know. There's not even anything there.
Yeah, I don't post anything on YouTube.
Well, you should still at least like have a channel page that I can go ban you on.
You're gonna ban me?
No, but I'm just saying, if I were to ban you, I would have a page that I could go find
you're
you
gonna ban me?
I'm
and
not.
Then use that for more like for leverage. So I banned this guy Ronnie. He was my friend. Jesus Christ, Manny.
Why would I do that? I have Neo5629 right here. You don't exist, Neo. You're a glitch.
Nah, that might be.
Log in that YouTube account. Show me that shit.
Yeah, I'll try.
I don't believe you.
Alright.
I don't believe you exist on the internet.
I might not exist.
I don't believe you exist on the internet, cop.
Rude!
Andrew, if Adam was here, he'd be pointing his fucking fingers at you too. I gotta put two of them up.
Alright, YouTube.
Alright, YouTube. It's really fun when you just kind of like do everything that you want to do and stuff. And you're just like, oh, dude, Ayush Panda put up a video, didn't he? No, he didn't. That dang little kid. He's way too smart. He's way too smart. Better not start smoking weed, because he'll get dumb as fuck.
Who, me?
Well, no, you're already dumb as fuck. It's alright, I'm pretty stupid too, apparently. I might be the most gullible person on the planet, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Being gullible?
Or maybe it's just because I'm acting like I'm super gullible just for the sake of the journey. Is a gullibility a factor in a probability? Like, maybe you multiply probability by gullibility and somewhere you get like a middle space and then the central finite curve of reality starts approaching. I don't know, though. Bruno Giordano. Oh boy. What do you got there? Got some kind of dot or something? Some kind of code? These people are gonna find Bruno or what? People are finding the Spear of Destiny. People are going missing. There's gold. What's next? D20 gullibility check. Oh, yep, super gullible.
You're undead,
Dude, I did not
aren't
say I
you?
wanted to watch this. YouTube, stop trying to force me to watch videos, YouTube. You sons of... You mother. What is this?
Hi. So this video is just a bit of a public service announcement to let you guys know that I'll be going to Switzerland to attend a symposium at the University of St. Gallen.
Dope.
I'll be part of a forum of discussion on the topic of disruptive ideas. The attendees will be comprised of what are dubbed leaders of tomorrow and also established people in industry. The symposium is in its 47th
Look at all
year,
those damn
and previous
suits.
attendees have included Jack Ma,
I'd be over there
CEO
wearing
of
like a
Alibaba, and
Grateful
Christine
Dead
Lagarde,
t-shirt and shit.
head of the International Monetary Fund, or IMF. I'm really hoping to meet some interesting people, and I'll report back on my experiences. After Switzerland, I'll be travelling to Budapest, in Hungary, and Croatia for a few days each. So if any of you are around the area, I'd be keen to meet some of you guys. Now, originally I had some great videos lined up for when I was away, topics like how big is YouTube and who controls all of our money. The second video was a look at central banking and the real truth about how our world works. It's a topic that I've been looking into for the past 4 years.
Damn, this
and
guy's
right
really
now,
been
I think
doing
the
it
time is
big.
right for this knowledge to be shared. Unfortunately, I ran out of time to complete these videos before my leaving date, and my laptop screen is currently smashed, so I can't work while I'm away. I'll aim to get those videos completed by the end of May when I return back to Perth. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys again soon for the next video.
He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be
Cheers,
gone
have
for
a good
2
one.
weeks. Cold Fusion, no! I thought you were gonna do some. I thought you were gonna play some CS, Ronnie. Oh yeah, I'm forcing you to play CS, huh?
And I'm trying to sign into my YouTube shit.
You need to do it on the laptop, Ronnie.
Why?
Because
I'm
you
gonna
need
sign
to.
into my YouTube.
You need to get to it on the computer so you can get the stream key and stuff.
Okay. And then what?
And then after that, we can add your stream key to the streaming program.
And then what?
And then after we add your stream key to the streaming program, you can stream to YouTube.
And then what?
And then you start playing CSGO and you stream to YouTube, and then I start commenting on you playing CSGO and how much you suck. And it's going to be awesome.
Just wait until Quake comes out.
What?
Just wait until Quake comes out.
Oh, what are you gonna buy, Quake or whatever? That's
pay
gonna be
for Quake.
sweet. You're gonna buy Quake? Quake 7? What is it? Quake 10?
I don't know what it's
Quake
called.
Unlimited?
It's called Quake something. I don't remember what it's called.
Quake Revenge of the Quake 2?
No, but it's gonna be. They have classes. Like they're supposedly they're gonna have a mode where it's like supposed to be like TF2 kind of, or fucking like Overwatch or all that bullshit. They have classes.
Bullshit? It's not bullshit.
Battlefield is the only exception because Battlefield's dope as motherfucker. But yeah, get mad, get mad, get mad.
Right in the eye.
What?
Right in the eye.
What did?
I
You
said I'm
punched
gonna-
yourself?
I punched myself right in the eye.
Why would you?
I don't know. You just made me mad. I was like, see how mad I got?
No.
I was like,
It looks like you're taking this really mean shit.
no, that's me mad. Like, "Arr."
All of it, dude. Like, just photoshopped all that like with a background or of a bathroom.
A bathroom?
Yeah.
I could take out my background again. I don't even have it doing that right now.
Can you put in a bathroom?
Why would I put it in a bathroom?
Just watch. Just, just take out the background, like the actual like real life thing. Green screen a bathroom.
All right,
Keep
let's
doing what
see.
you're doing.
Bathroom. Images. Enhance. Let's find a high-res image of a bathroom. All right, Ronnie, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do what you want. Which one? Oh, this is a pretty good one. It's a big picture.
No. You have to be like on the toilet of the bathroom.
Like this?
No. Idiot.
Should
Wait.
be hanging out in the bathtub.
Wait, is there a way that you can take the mirror, put it right there, and then put your face like right where like the black meets the black to make it look like you're just staring at yourself
I
in the
don't
tub
know.
in
I
the
don't
mirror?
think so, Ronnie.
Damn it.
Why
not?
are you always trying to do crazy shit? If I could do
Because
this,
you tell me you do crazy shit. And you
I
can't.
could go like this.
Oh, wow. Microsoft Paint.
Yeah, dude. Oh, I could draw myself in the bathtub right here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this is tiny. I need something bigger. This is going to take forever. Thick. I wonder what thick is like. Oh, that's better. Here's me. There's my arm. I'm spilling out of the toilet. I've become the symbiote.
No, dude. Well, change it to red and make a big-ass tongue. Change it to red.
Hold on.
Do it.
Dude, it takes forever. Hold on.
I know it takes forever. Why are you so bad at it?
I deleted
Oh,
it.
you did that on purpose. I saw it. Red.
Is that what you wanted, Ronnie?
No, idiot.
Is this what you want, Ronnie?
No. Change it.
Is this what you want, Ronnie?
Get rid of all of it. Make it pink or no, make it that red, but give me the mouse.
Ronnie,
Watch.
You just need to relax, okay?
Give me that.
No, get away from here. Get away from
Give me
here.
the mouse. Give
No,
me the
dude.
fucking mouse.
No, dude.
Have you never read a comic book before?
I've read,
Venom's
like-
tongue goes like.
I know what it goes like.
And then it's like, sweet Providence, he's fucking dead. Or some fucking bullshit.
What?
They're like Rasputin's on my shirt.
Why are you talking about the weird shit?
It's not even weird stuff.
Why are you talking about the weird stuff?
Change it and make it like we're in the bottom.
There you go.
No, that's not that great.
But you want me to rotate this shit now?
No, I don't want you to do shit.
Alright, I don't even know if I can rotate
You
this.
probably can't.
Probably could.
No, just based on
3D
ability, you probably
rotate.
can't.
Oh.
Make us look like Star Wars font. No, like playing it out. No.
Shut up, Ronnie.
No. Dude, just make us look like. Right now, this is all over the place. This is irresponsible. No, fit us like on the toilet tank.
Well, I'm gonna make this bigger and be like, let's make us a painting on the wall.
Perfect.
See if we can do this without fucking it up.
Oh, we can totally do it.
The Z-axis. Wait, no.
Nope. That way.
Wait, no, the other way?
Yep. No. Reduce. No. You got it. Like that, and then reduce the X,
Oh, wait, yeah.
and then also the Y. Lower the Y. For sure. Look. Increase it a little bit.
Which
You can fit us all on that wall. The X first, so that we get to the border.
There we go. We're on the border actually.
No,
So
we're
180.
not.
We're like that.
All right.
so-
Yeah. Now increase the Y.
Wait, no, that's too much.
Increase the Y. You can fit us all on that tile right there. And then the Z you can adjust a little
This is
bit.
just 3D aspects.
Oh my god, you're not even doing it right.
Then I can adjust.
This line doesn't match up with this line.
Well, move your fingers. I can't see.
You're not. Oh my god, you're so bad at this.
See, look, we're good. We're like on the wall over here. Enhance resize. I can auto crop this shit because this is just a 3D transform.
And it doesn't draw. It doesn't do distance.
And this is like position. So you could be like,
But I was thinking like the distance here, like just on like a flat plane, is lower than it is here. Like there's no perspective.
I know, well, it's not perfect. It's just a webcam program, Ronnie.
There's gotta be webcam programs that do this.
Ronnie!
What?
Ronnie!
Hello.
Ronnie!
Here. Present and accounted for.
Accounting for what? Are you an accountant now? I thought you fucking worked in a kitchen, motherfucker.
I'm jack of all trades.
Jack of all Rons.
I am the Ron.
I am the Ron.
No, it's not perfect.
Doesn't matter.
As soon as I get out, like as soon as like my skin tone like gets in right there, it's like, oh shit, it's perfect. There's no more white.
Dude, this is super weird. What else can we do here?
Oh wait, no. Put do that again with us in the mirror. Flip.
What, you want to go into
like, do this? Flip.
You want a different picture now?
No, the same one.
Let's do a different. Let's do a better picture. There's got to be a better picture for this.
Well, yeah, you won't be in it.
Think of something that's different
than a bathroom. Something different than a bathroom. Go, go, go. Everywhere.
Dude, I should just start doing all my videos like this right here. Be a good way to save screen space.
It's still just be a dick about it.
Just like this.
No perfect straight lines.
But like it's all back again. Now it fucked up. People are probably just like, dude, this is so stupid. A Russian bathhouse.
There's one in Los Angeles. Oh no. That is all. Nope. That looks like. Is that what they based Mario off of?
I don't know, dude.
Look at it. That's
How can
Mario.
I possibly know that?
Oh my god.
This doesn't look like a bathhouse. Oh, this is good. This is good. Me and Ron in the bathhouse. What is this picture? Don't want to
Photoshop our faces on other people. Oh wait,
wanna-
there's no people in there.
I don't want to Photoshop your face on anybody. This doesn't really look like a bathhouse.
Nope, that does not.
You could be on the floor though.
That's probably what it looks like in Pyongyang.
What about ping pong ding dang?
In my opinion, that's how you pronounce it.
I'm such a dick. Dude, Ronnie, we could be the floor.
I could be what now?
We could be the floor. I am floor man. Wait, not that exactly.
Alright, there's got to be a way. Try and stretch your face all the way over there. It'd be the y-axis for sure.
All right. Oh, too much.
No, don't do it like that.
Doesn't really get any bigger than that.
No, it gets big.
Doesn't stretch like that. It's
gotta
all
adjust
3D
it.
transforming. It doesn't allow you to crop it. Maybe it does. I am the floor. I'm Flat Manuel.
Flatwell.
I am Flat Man.
Flatwell.
We'll have a green screen soon, and then once we have the green screen, I'll just wear a green screen suit.
Flatwell Shagvez. Got it.
Shagwell Flatman. Every skirt's nightmare. What are you trying to imply? What are you trying to imply, my friend?
It's probably Rasputin on my shirt.
Oops. Can you grab me one of those chocolate cookies?
The what?
One of those chocolate cookies, buddy?
Cookies made of
chocolate.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Were you about to make a dick joke?
No. What does that have to do with chalk?
I'm definitely listening, Merlin. What would I be listening to?
What do you want to listen to?
I don't know.
Slayer.
Somebody asked me to listen to something.
Slayer.
Oh, can't ever just eat one cookie.
Yeah, that's why I wrote the whole thing. So I might want some too.
People just say my shit is lame, dude.
What? Your shit's lame?
Yeah, they're like, lame.
Who is it? Who the fuck is it?
Fucking love cookies. We definitely must end the war. Oh, damn it. Uh-oh. Oh, shit! It's Johnny Montana! Huh? You coming for me, you little cockroach? Say hello to my little friend.
And if you're pulling your dick out, it's about to be real.
Probably couldn't pull that. I can't pull a prank. Probably couldn't pull a prank like that for a while. Plus, why would you want to? I'm pretty sure Todd Grundle's just gonna do that for me. Where's my damn vape? Where's my vape? It's in my balls. Dude, somebody just puts this. It says, Ghost creates more mayhem. So it looks like... It looks like the Ghost is doing some shit. Yeah, this is crazy graphic. Should probably file this one into the 7 file. Ronnie, I got files.
Do you? You have the right one? You got the right files? Huh?
Ronnie, I got all types.
Manning?
I got all types of files, Ronnie. I got
You
files
have
on you.
How do you files?
How do you know? How do you think I figured out that you were a police officer, Mr.
I'm not!
Ronald Springer Spunkmeyer?
Jesus.
Dude, you didn't see that coming. Boom!
Springer Spunkmeyer.
Springer Spunkmeyer, dude.
Fucked.
You better go call your boss. You better call your boss and tell him that you just blew your cover. Cause you just blew your cover.
Alright. I'm gonna have to cut your head off.
Dude, you try. I'll cut your head off back. I will cut your head off harder.
We do not. To protect the innocent, names have been changed. When someone has been mean to you, why would you want to be good to them? Why wouldn't you? That's what makes it hard. You do it anyway. Being good is hard. Much harder than being
when
bad.
someone has been mean to you,
The hardest war
why
I've
do you
ever
want to
fought
be
was
good
being
to
truly
them?
kind, and he kicked my ass,
You wouldn't
and it still
want to.
does to this day. Why does this guy all of a sudden sound like Declan Kane? Stay a while and listen. Come now. Come now, we post really weird videos that don't really make any sense to anyone, except for if you're a puzzler. Can you take me higher? Jeez. Can you take me higher, dude? If we don't end the war will end us. Secretus Milton. Away glitch Swain.
Swan.
Swine.
Swan.
Schwan. Schwan. Hey, my name is Ronnie.
I don't sound like that.
Hey, my name is Ronnie.
I'm not deaf.
My name is Ronnie. My name is Ronnie. My name is Ronnie. And I'm a fucking cool guy. My name is Ronnie, and I am a cool.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone.
Oh my God, I'm Declan Kane. We'll be right back into the Anti-Radio Underground very soon. We'll be back very soon. So don't go anywhere. Or go anywhere. We don't care. Like we kind of care. And like we don't care. But totally. Stay a while. Listen to some awesome jams and no copyright sounds. You'll love the tunes. They're an electronic music sounds. They're like a trap for your brain.
Say sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave. Maybe, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. There was a time when you had me falling to the ground, like a king without a crown. Whoa. Why you make it hard? Don't let me down. You might as well be lost, but I'm found. I'm waiting for your love. You just keep me hanging on, and I deserve to stay, and
Oh boy. Oh, the Crypt Keeper followed me.
Is that a bad thing?
I don't know. Seems to be somebody that does something about blockchain stuff.
Dude, did you see how dope my background is on my phone?
Oh, dude, so dope. It's like people fighting and stuff.
Dude, it's Wolverine killing
Wolverine
everybody.
killing everybody. Oh, so dope. He's like... Yeah, that's not that
Don't
cool.
patronize me.
Not
dick.
patronizing you.
Dick.
I'm patronizing you.
Fuck you.
Fade-tronizing you?
Yeah.
What is this, Twitter's building? That's a cool looking little building right there. What is that, Hackintosh? Let's see what this guy, modern Hackintoshes show how probably you should just build a Mac tower. That's what this computer I had right now actually originated on. It was its own little custom Mac tower. Hackintoshes. That's funny. I like this guy. I like him. I like him. I like him a lot. I like it a lot. Oh my gosh, I like it a lot. I'm a chiller. Chiller. Chiller, chiller, chiller. Yeah. Alright. Well, I'm shutting the anti-radio stream down and going into Overwatch. Hasta la